Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to An Iron Plays, and welcome everyone to the last day of Atari Week 2025. This week has just gone by so damn quickly. I would love to be able to make an entire month out of Atari, but unfortunately, I don't think the algorithm would love me very much for doing it. I do this Atari Week every year because it is something that I am passionate about. It's something that I care about, and I hope that I have an opportunity to instill a little bit of that passion, a little bit of that interest into everyone else who is watching. But I am no fool. Oh, just a little bit. Little fool. Okay, I'm very foolish. Okay, anyway, drop it. Let's move on. I am still not foolish enough to not notice that these streams don't necessarily get the most views. And I would love to be able to do Atari all the time, but it doesn't work like that. I think moving forward, though, we are still going to do Atari a bit more regularly. I'm not going to leave it to just 1 week a year, especially as we are moving into a new phase of An Iron Plays, as we move into An Iron Plays 3.0. We're going to be making a lot of changes. There's a lot that we're going to be, well, I mean, what other word is there? Changing, I guess. There's a lot of things that we're going to be discovering. There's a lot of things that we're going to be upgrading. And some other things that, you know, we're trying out. We're experimenting. I'm running, I don't know what to say. I've lost my words for this evening, which is kind of shocking given how easily I've been able to speak. I think I'm a little bit nervous, you know? I'm a little bit concerned. I'm a little bit worried. Because I'm going to be making some major changes. And I'm worried that, you know, major changes can affect how the streams go. It can affect how people perceive the channel. And the closer we get to the big reveal, I'm getting a little bit nervous. I'm not gonna lie. Still, I am looking forward to it. At the end of the day, it's all a part of the adventure, isn't it? And I hope that you will all stick around along this road with me. And hopefully we can find something new together. There's going to be a few things, like I said, there's going to be some changes, there's going to be a few things. I just want to quickly go over some of those changes that will be happening in regards to the content that you would be normally able to see on my channel. I will be removing all streams, be putting them to private. Every stream that is currently in the list of streams under the title The Loading Zone. The reason for that is the Loading Zone for the longest time has been it's been a title that I've been looking for a stream for, you know? You know, you've got something and you know it's going to be a cure for something, but you don't quite have the disease yet, you know? The Loading Zone for me has been a title that I've been wanting to use for a long time, and I've had a lot of different ideas as to what the Loading Zone could be or should be. It started off being the Loading Zone was going to be the chatting portion at the beginning of the streams. That didn't really work for me. I decided instead the loading zone was going to be just chatting streams. But that doesn't make sense either. Now, however, I think I've got something that works. Like, genuinely. For real. I think I've got something that works. The loading zone is going to be a scripted content video that will be released every Monday. And it's going to just be a very simple rundown of the streams for that week, any news, any updates, stuff like that. That's what it's going to be. So to mitigate any sort of confusion between the new loading zone and the old loading zones, I will be removing the old loading zones sometime between now and New Year. I haven't decided exactly when yet, but it will be within the next month. So if there's anything in there that you want to watch, if there's anything that you haven't seen and you'd like to go back to, by all means, check it out while you can. There's some pretty good stuff. I like the stuff we did for Halloween a couple of years ago. But, yeah, all of that is going to be disappearing soon. Hey, Pika, welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? I'm playing OG Crash Bandicoot 1. Gonna try to 100% it. Well, good luck. Those platinum trophies are a pain in the ass. Is it the platinum trophies? Pretty sure it is platinum trophies, yeah. Good luck. May your gods go with you. Yeah, so anyway, that's one of the things that's going to be changing. There's going to be some streams disappearing off the channel. Specifically, all the past streams that have been called Loading Zone. And, you know, a lot of those streams were things like Nintendo Directs. A lot of them were just chatting streams. A lot of them were reaction streams. I as much as I like the Halloween stuff that we did, I'm not really impressed about the, you know, doing react. I don't like doing reaction stuff, you know? It's not very me, you know? I'm just not a fan. Yeah. So I don't mind losing those, but you know, it is what it is. If anyone wants to go back and watch those, by all means, go ahead and do so. I mean, at the end of the day, if I'm going to be privating those videos, the views technically won't count anymore. So it's not for my sake. Just wanted to make sure that if there was anything that you guys wanted to see, that you do actually get to watch it before they disappear. What else is going to be happening? So we're going to be doing some overlay changes when we come back in January. We're going to be doing, there's going to be one massive change, huge change. My art is going to be changing. You're no longer going to be looking at this beautiful mug. We're going to be scaling it back a little bit. We're going to be making it a little more simplistic in its design, but the simplistic design is going to allow us to do a lot more in terms of expression. So right now, I've only got two buttons. I've got this button and I got this button, you know? I've got standing here flapping my mouth at you, or I've got standing here flapping my mouth at you while I'm playing a game. We're gonna have a lot more. Kiko has been working on them. I've got plans for having around 30 different expressions. Yes, 30 different expressions by the end of it. And we're going to be, because it's going to be more simplistic as well, we're going to be able to pump them out at a greater volume, and we're going to be able to do other costumes as well. So you won't just be seeing me looking like this. I do have another costume. I do have one where I'm wearing a hoodie, but that's about it. That's pretty much all I've got. So, we will be doing some more in the future, and I'll be able to change what I'm wearing, change what sort of feel I have for the particular episode that we're doing. Maybe even having some, what should we call them, festive clothing. Something for Christmas, something for New Year, something for, I don't know, Thanksgiving, for my birthday, for, what else is there? 4th of July, Halloween, Easter, whatever we end up doing, whatever things we end up doing, I may even have a costume for it. Even if it's just simple things like a costume for summer, a costume for winter, you know, that kind of thing. We're going to have the opportunity to have a lot more going on. And I think that's huge, you know? That's going to add to the quality of the streams, I think. Hugely, hugely. Pika said, this is PS1 Crash. I think you're referring to Relics, which start in Crash 3. I believe Retro Achievements work with PAL region copies, which I'm using for emulator on my Ally. Oh, okay. Oh, so you're actually going to be going to... Like, when you say OG Crash, you mean, like, yeah, OG, like the original PS1 Crash. I got it. Okay, cool. Yeah, I think yeah, it was Relics I was talking about. Yeah. The Platinum Relics are bitch. I'm gonna give you an Atari ugly sweater. I was actually considering, you know, for Atari, we could have just like a brown t-shirt with the Atari logo on it. That's very retro. I know, I almost did a background, you know. I reached out to someone because there was like this interior designer that I encountered while I was searching for images for backgrounds. I encountered this website of an interior designer who was a retro designer, and he would do modern houses in the style of the 1970s. And I thought to myself, you know what? I could do that. I could use one of those photographs. I think they were photographs. They may have been 3D generated. Hell, they may have been AI. I don't know. But either way, I reached out to the guy. I sent him an email. I said, hey, can I use your background, this photograph as a background for my streams? And he never got back to me. That was fine. I didn't give much time. I think it was only like 3 or 4 days or so before we actually started streaming Atari Week. So I didn't give a lot of time for him to respond, but in the end he didn't respond, so I ended up not using it. I'm using this Atari background, which comes directly from the Atari website. But I was hoping to do like a retro 70s living room look with a really old television in the background, and that would have been really cool. It would have been great. There was wood panel walls and everything. It's perfect. But no, in the end, we didn't. I didn't end up using that. Would have been great. Would have loved to do it. But yeah, I wanted to do something brown and orange. That's what my plan was. But I went with this instead. But yeah. Yeah, I think an old tatty brown Atari t-shirt would be really cool to have as a design for Atari Week. That'd be really fun. I've already got... See, this is the thing. Is before we settled on this design for the t-shirt that I've got on right now, I actually had a number of other designs which we had been looking at. Some of it was a little bit more Tron-like in design. Some of it was a little bit more in line with the kind of outfits you would see in Hyperdimension Neptunia for the goddesses. One of them was very, very traditional. It was like a long sleeve t-shirt with like a shawl, you know, and it was done with tartan and everything. And I was still planning on using that at some point, and maybe we will. But there were lots of different designs that I had in mind for what I could do, because I wanted to try to bridge the gap between modern and traditional. That was something which I've had in mind for a very long time. Even my designs for very Tron-like outfits, and like I said, Hyperdimension Neptunia style outfits, a lot of those designs were actually a mix and match of different styles and traditions from different periods. So it was very modern looking. It had lots of different lines and inclusions. but it was styled like a tunic, you know? And I had like another shirt underneath it, and actually you would have seen something similar. One of my old designs was like a Hyperdimension Neptunia, but it was kind of like a waistcoat. It was actually kind of like, I want to say a Birkin, but I don't think that's the right word. Hang on. Birkin. That's a bag. No. Jerkin. Am I thinking of jerkin? Yes, it was a jerkin. Okay. Birkin? No. Yeah, it was designed kind of like a jerkin with another shirt underneath it. And that's how I used to go around looking. All the time I spent on the leather jacket. Yeah, that was something which I wish I could have used more of, honestly. It just became a problem for being able to change between that and this. Because if I remember correctly, the leather jacket kind of tucks into the glove. But yeah, it was a bit awkward, I think. I think we can do better. I think we can do it differently in the future and improve on it. I would have loved to use that one more often, to be fair. But I think we've got some design. We got a lot of design work that we can make better, I think, especially with the new simpler art style that we'll be going with. And that's the other thing as well, you know, I as much as I wanted to use stuff like the leather jacket, if we had continued on using this art style, we wouldn't be able to expand the way that we're trying to now. It would have just taken way too much time. Currently, the design that we're going with is taking a bit longer than I had hoped, admittedly, but it is still coming along a lot quicker than the older designs. So that's, you know, that shows that progress is being made by taking that step back a little bit. I would have loved to have gone with this design all the way through, you know, but unfortunately that's, you know, some things are just not possible, and it's important to recognize not necessarily what you can do and what you can't do, what are your limitations. That's important as well, but it's also important to just be like, okay, this isn't working, we need to stop and shift direction. And that's where I've talked about this in previous streams, the fail faster mentality. At the end of the day, you want to fail quickly. If you're gonna fail, you better fail quickly, because that means you can get back up and start doing other things. And rather than trying to drag it out, rather than trying to push it into being something that it was never going to be, I think it's a good opportunity to then turn around and say, hey, you know what? This didn't work out. That's fine. We'll fail. We'll say we failed. We'll call it quits, and we'll start over. I think that's a really important lesson for a lot of people to learn. You've got to be willing to say, I failed. Because only then can you continue onwards. It's a good thing. Recognizing your failures is a good thing. It means that you can move on. Because you can keep yourself getting dragged out for days, months, years, trying to do something that just isn't working. Or you can go, this isn't working, I failed, that's fine, we'll try something else. I think that's a really important mentality to have. And I feel like, forgive me if you disagree, do let me know. But I feel like that has become such a difficult thing for people these days. There's so many people that have this mentality of they can never be wrong. Whether it be ego, I'm not even entirely convinced that it's ego, but it's more along the lines of people have been sold this this lie of subjective reality, you know? The idea of truth being secondary to your truth, you know? And so if you turn around and you say, that's not working, you probably should try something else, they're more likely to get offended because, as far as they're concerned, it's working. They're not willing to see the objective reality that it's not. Kind of like me with my business, it feels like the area I'm in not only wants to kick me out by giving me so much grief and bad luck, but also I'm too close to the main city that also has places in the same industry. Yeah, I mean, that absolutely. Yeah, if you feel like the company that you're a part of is trying to get rid of you, it's time to maybe realize that, hey, look, I don't have a future here. And that's the important, I think that's the real important part, is the realization that wherever you're doing doesn't have a future. You could enjoy it, you could love it, it could be the thing that you get up in the morning for, you know? But there's a time that comes where you go, even if I am successful, even if I do this, and I continue to do this, it's not going to last more than a couple of years. And I need something long-term, you know? So maybe it's a good idea to look for another job, maybe in the same industry. Maybe you can expand to a similar but different industry. I don't know. I can't speak to your specific situation, Pika, but definitely something to meditate on, something to think about. Is like, where am I going? How is this going to affect me long term? Is this going to be a positive change? And am I willing to admit defeat? Now, like I said, everybody's situation is different. You might think to yourself, you know what? Actually, I can give this another 6 months before I'm willing to admit defeat. You know, things could turn around. And if they do, that's wonderful. I think that's great. I would be very happy to hear that you don't have to make such huge life decisions, or, you know, as big as they can be. It would be nice to be comfortable. But there's always time to change later. But it's that realization you need to get to that point where you can go, yeah, this isn't working out. I need to do something else. I'm trying to start a phone repair business that also comes to the customer. But in 2 years, I might move, so I'm mixed about trying to keep going with the business. At very least, if you are doing a business that goes to the customer, you're probably gonna be fine. I mean, your business might move, but and you'd be in more of a different local area. I guess that does make a difference, doesn't it? You know, if you've got a singular store which you keep going to, and that is your main store, you're kind of anchored to the spot, aren't you? But if you move out of the area, then you're no longer going to be serving the customers that you had previously. Hopefully, though, you wouldn't be serving customers very regularly, you know, once the phones are fixed. But yeah. I have no license and it's hard to get my hours up. Oh, you mean you don't have a driver's license? Yeah, that could be a problem. Yeah, that's kind of huge. Right. Okay. Yeah, that's a bit of a problem, yeah. I think, like, even, I would say this to everyone, right? I say this to everyone. This isn't just for Pika's benefit, but I would say this to everyone. Even if you live in a big city, and you have no intentions of ever driving because you can walk everywhere, or there's good public transit, there's trains, there's buses, or what have you. Maybe you're in a place that is big on taxis, or Uber is a big deal where you are. I still think it's important to get a driver's license so that at very least you can understand the rules of the road. And if for whatever reason you find yourself in a sticky predicament, there are always people looking for delivery drivers. So getting a driver's license as soon as you can, definitely a benefit. Like, I was of the opinion that I probably wasn't ever going to get a driver's license. I've talked about this before. I've got dyspraxia, which makes it very difficult for me to learn things that require a lot of hand-eye coordination. And one of the things I just couldn't do was learn stick shift. I can't drive a manual. I just can't. So I've got an automatic car license. I am not allowed to drive a manual car. So yeah, that's a thing. But like at the time, I was thinking to myself, I probably don't need to learn to drive. We don't live far from town. I can pretty much walk there. We don't, the trains and the buses are pretty good. This was when I was still in the UK. Trains and buses are okay. Trains are bloody awful, but whatever. I can get in a train and go where I need to go. I can get on a bus and go where I need to go. And my parents were insistent, no, you need to learn to drive. And I'm like, do I though? It's not going very well. And then we got me into a school that specifically taught automatic. You know? Oh, it got me with a teacher to specifically learn automatic. My previous teacher was kind of worried about how I wasn't really making progress. I think I was learning for a fair few weeks, and she was like, you're not making any real progress. And I said, yeah, I know, I'm dyspraxic. It's not really my fault. It's not like I'm not trying. And she understood, like, she wasn't being funny about it or anything. She was just saying, like, you're really not making any progress with this. So I went to do manual lessons, automatic lessons. I think if I went back to driving school now and I learned to drive manual, I probably could. Because everything else is second nature to me now. And I consider myself to be a really good driver. But yeah, I would definitely say to everyone, learn to drive, whether you intend to drive or not. It's always good because you've got yourself an additional piece of identification. You've also got yourself the possibility of driving should you need to, should you be in a situation where it's important. So I would say definitely everyone should learn to drive. Yeah. My cousin didn't get her license until her mid-30s because she was so scared of driving. Yeah, that's wild. Yeah. And I think that's the thing, you know, I think there are a lot of people, it depends on where you're living. I think a lot of people closer to cities, I think it's kind of like the middle ground, isn't it? People who live way out in the sticks, they kind of need they need cars, you know? And people who live in like the suburbs and everything tend to have cars. But when you're in the middle of the city, it's you don't really need cars, do you? Because everything is so close by. Autocars have become a majority now. I regret not getting my manual license. I can drive them just fine. I was just too nervous when first testing. And I think that if like I said, if I went back and I got my manual license, I would get it now. Because everything else is second nature. Hey, Plague Doc, welcome to the stream. How you doing today? Get your automatic license first is what they recommended to me because I kept failing my manual test as a teenager. It was so much easier once I had years of experience driving automatic. Yeah, that's exactly what we're talking about. Yeah, absolutely. I think it would be. Not only that, I couldn't get my learners till I was 18, so we could sort out what my last name was, as it was different in 3 places, so we had to get it sorted when I was trying to get my sentinel. My brain just stopped. My brain just stalled. 3 different names. I'm not gonna ask you to dox yourself. Don't tell me what your names are. But that is a really interesting predicament to be in. We kind of had, well, I say we kind of had, we didn't have that situation. Honestly, yeah, wild. Okay. 3 different names. That's insane. Okay. We had, I'm not suggesting that the situation behind it was the same, but we had a similar situation when we first moved into one of our houses. One of the houses we used to live in, because it had 2 or 3 different addresses. Yeah, it had 2. I'm an enigma. I actually have 3 parents. Yeah, the house that we lived in had 3 different addresses. It was like, and I'm completely making these numbers up, okay? It was like 1 North Street, 1 West Street, and plot 3 North Street. It's because the way that they had built the house is it was technically the 3rd house on the street, but the other plot that was before our house was actually numbered for the adjoining street that was running like as a T-junction to it. So that plot, which was originally designated to be in North Street, was actually in another street, right? And the house that we lived in, because it was then number 1 North Street, but it was also on the corner of West Street, so it was 1 North Street and 1 West Street at the same time, which was weird. It was like it was registered twice. But so we were getting mail for 1 North Street, 1 West Street, and 3 North Street, because it was technically plot 3. Yeah, it was insane. I wouldn't be surprised if I have 2 biological fathers because I have features of both of them. What? Okay. That's weird. You're a chimera. You were actually twins, but you devoured your twin in the womb. Non-fraternal twins, but you ate the other one. And that is actually how that works, Kiko. That is actually possible. That is actually possible to have 2 different fathers. It's because of what do they call it? Yeah, okay. Sometimes it's called vanishing twin syndrome. And it's a phenomenon described by when twins in a multiple pregnancy, one of the twins stops developing and it is absorbed into the other twin. So it is actually, if they were non-fraternal twins, that means they had different fathers, it is possible for one twin to absorb another twin and have the DNA of both. That is actually possible. I'm an SCP, I tell you. Maybe. Well, there we go. I bet that's something that I bet that's something that a lot of people are learning today. Vanishing twin syndrome, where one twin eats the other. And so it is actually possible for one twin to absorb a non-fraternal twin, and therefore you have the DNA of two different fathers. That is possible. That is actually possible. You wouldn't necessarily get expressed features from two different fathers, but you would have like sections of your body would have DNA from a different father. Yeah, that is real. That is actually real. Isn't life wonderful? Isn't it amazing what we can survive? The trick is finding out if you were a twin and that you did absorb. You know, if your parents telling you a story, oh, I remember when we were pregnant with you. Oh, it was such a wonderful time. At one point, we thought we were having twins. As soon as that line comes out, everyone who's watching this stream is going to start panicking. It's like, we thought we were having twins. Oh my goodness, I ate my twin. Your mother told you that? Oh, when you said I used to be a twin, you meant you act... Oh my goodness, what? I thought when you were saying I used to be a twin, I thought you were like surprised because I was saying that, you know, it is possible. I didn't think you were saying like you were actually a twin. Oh my goodness. Did you eat your twin? Good lord. Well, that explains that. Definitely something to be aware of. I'm not trying to like scare people or anything, but it is definitely something to be aware of, because you can actually start rejecting the parts of your body which has got the foreign DNA. So that is something that might come up in the future, you know. Just be aware of it. If suddenly you start expressing a genetic illness, which they're like, but you don't have the DNA markers for it. That's something to be aware of. Yeah. There's a lot of complications that can come from absorbing a twin. It was actually this is not an uncommon thing. This is going to get gruesome, so I guess trigger warning. It's not uncommon to find in situations of an absorbed twin to find that the twin has kind of manifested as a tumor, and what they do is the tumor looks like it could be cancerous, and so they remove it. But when they dissect the tumor, there's tissue in it from different parts of the body. So like you might have some liver cells in there, you might have some brain cells in there, you may have lots of things, but some things that they find, and this is usually what causes the problems, sometimes they find tumors with hair growing in them. And that's where things start to go really wrong. So yeah, that's a thing. That is actually a thing. Sleep well. I remember reading an article, a medical article, like years and years ago. I used to do that. That used to be my thing. I used to read medical journals. I never planned on ever becoming a doctor, but I used to like reading medical journals, so stuff like that. I did read at one point that someone had a tumor. When they opened up the tumor, it had fully formed teeth in it. That's scary. Like, you slice open a tumor and it's got teeth. It's like, yeah. That's a tumor with bite. I don't know how real that is. I've heard people saying it's not possible, but tumors with formed teeth. Nope, it is possible. So it's a type of tumor called a tetratoma. And they contain a mixture of different tissues like hair, teeth, bone, muscle, and other tissues. So you can get these tumors with fully formed teeth inside them. Yeah. There you go. That's real. In the 90s, I remember reading about a woman who had a stomach tumor removed. It had hair and teeth. Might have been the same story. Yeah, I think that was the one. Yeah, I think that was the one. Yeah, it was a woman who had a massive tumor inside her stomach. It was essentially her... it was a parasitic twin. That wasn't fully formed. And it had teeth. It like, one thing I want to point out for... I know this is getting really gruesome. One thing I want to point out is these parasitic twins, they do not have a consciousness. So, even if there is some brain tissue, they're not alive, right? Just want to be clear on that one. But yeah, they can grow hair, they can grow all kinds of bodily tissues. Quite often it's kind of messed up. Like, it's not going to be like a fully... You're not going to find a tumor with a fully formed brain, for example. But yeah. Yeah, it's kind of a scary thought, isn't it? I'm glad that I biologically, I'm perfectly normal. Mentally, on the other hand... They use the word neurodivergent these days. My doctor just called me retarded. Yeah. Are talking tumors or babies? No, I'm not even gonna go into... I'm not even getting into that conversation, okay? I'm not even touching that one with a 10-foot barge pole. I'm not gonna touch that with a 20-foot barge pole. The detail I remember of why it took her so long to get the tumor seen and removed, it was enormous, was that she was scared of what it could be. Yeah, I think that's the same one that we're talking about. She had a massive tumor inside her abdomen. I think at one point that she learned that she had a tumor and it was in her abdomen, and she thought it was like an ovarian cancer or something, and she didn't want to get her ovaries removed. And that was why she didn't go initially to get it sorted out. And then over time it just grew and grew and grew into this massive tumor inside her body. I think it was ultimately deemed to have been a cancerous twin. But I think she was fine in the end, though. Hey, Vic, welcome to the stream. How you doing, man? Happy late Thanksgiving, even though it's basically Christmas already where you live. Close enough. It was my birthday this week. You didn't say happy birthday, Vic. I'm disappointed in you. I thought you cared. No, happy Thanksgiving to you too, man. How are you doing? What are you thankful for? I didn't know. Happy birthday. Oh, thank you, Vic. Oh, look, Vic came in and he says happy birthday to me. Oh, see, he cares. I don't, but happy birthday. You thankful for food? I knew you were going to say food. There was something in my head was saying he's going to be thankful for food. All right, the Christmas is coming, which means the entity is nearly defrosted. Oh, yeah, Father Christmas. Right, okay. I'm thankful for food that keeps me alive. Yeah, I'm thankful for food as well. I'm happy for the PS1, the SNES, old consoles, and emulators. Yeah. That's a good thing to be thankful for. I've been thankful to Atari this week because that's where it all started for me. Big fan. I don't think I would be the gamer that I am today if it wasn't for my beginnings in Atari. You know, the singing entity, the one that's always playing in shopping center. Oh, Mariah Carey. Got it. This new modern age of gaming sucks with exceptions. I want to go back. I don't think it's that bad. Honestly, I see, the thing is that I think we have a very much so rose-tinted view of the past, but the past games, there was a lot of games and situations that sucked back then too, and I think it's very easy to forget the things that we didn't like, and we tend to focus on the things that we do like, which is contrary to our natural biological programming of being pessimistic and being having negativity bias. But we tend to, when we find something we enjoy, we tend to remember it, and we tend to forget about the things that we don't enjoy. And a lot of I think we focus very heavily on those games that we truly love and that got us through hard times. But if you look at the SNES library, there are some real stinkers. Crazy stinkers. And I would consider the SNES to have one of the best libraries ever. But it's got some absolute disgusting games in that library. Is this like Atari 2600 type stuff or just Atari company games? It's Atari. We start with Atari 2600 and we play other games. Today I'm going to be playing Yars Recharged, which is a pretty modern Atari game based on Yars Revenge, which was a game that released on the Atari 2600. So it's basically, you know, my life as a gamer started with Atari, and even today I still play Atari games. So we're looking at the history of Atari, and we're looking at what would the games industry be like if there was no Atari? And we came to some startling conclusions yesterday. Because yesterday it was like we were looking at the concept of gaming DNA, you know? And we've been looking at how Namco, for example, Namco came into the gaming industry because they bought Atari Japan. If it wasn't for Atari Japan, or if Atari Japan was more successful, Namco would have never joined the games industry. We might never have gotten games like Tekken, Soul Calibur, or even games like Pac-Man. We might have missed that entirely, purely because Atari didn't go to Japan, or because Atari Japan was more successful and they chose not to sell it. It's a knife edge. It's a knife edge between gaming being a super successful business that starts booming in the early 80s or early to mid 80s, or a business that it becomes monopolized under one company that becomes the company for gaming into the future. It's genuinely, we talked about chaos theory, you know, the idea of a butterfly flapping its wings causes a typhoon on the other side of the planet. And it really is like that. Like, there are so many things that happen so specifically thanks to the existence of Atari as a company, and thanks to their downfall. Like, if it wasn't for their downfall, we wouldn't necessarily have Nintendo and Sega in the same way that we do now. Things would have been different. Maybe Nintendo wouldn't have been able to break into the American market because Atari was still strong. It was wild. The entire situation, everything is a tightrope walk to get us to where we are today with video games. And it's something that I think is worthy of looking into. It's worthy of understanding. It is one of those things that really gets my interest, looking at the history and how so many different situations had to fall exactly into place for us to have the games that we have today. And just one mistake, one little deviation, and we wouldn't have some of the most popular games of the 21st century. All thanks to like one cock up, you know, one slight mistake, someone signed something the wrong way, and then everything changes. It's wild. Are we going to see an ET Atari playthrough? I'm thankful if you do that, because content. I will do it at some point. I just find it very difficult to find a physical copy of ET. They can be quite expensive, and I've been wanting to get a copy of ET, one of the ones that they dug up from the landfill and put in like a shadow box, so that it's permanently on display from the site. But I want to do ET. I do, because it's not as bad of a game as people think it is. And, you know, Howard Scott Warshaw was given like 6 weeks to make it. So it's amazing that it even functioned. To be honest, Atari and ET kind of killed almost everything. No, they didn't. That's the thing. It really wasn't. It wasn't that bad. The 1982 to 1983 video games crash only really affected America. E.T. was kind of... E.T. wasn't really the killer. It was the last... E.T. was the last straw, but it isn't what killed it. The actual problem, one of the biggest issues, was that Atari had stopped doing basically, you know, like the Nintendo seal of approval. Atari used to look at games and determine the quality of those games before they would release them. And they got to a point where they were just throwing everything at the wall to see what stuck. And a lot of it didn't. A lot of it was crap. But also there was a lot of imitations, because there was no way to really prevent people from making their own games for the Atari system. And Nolan Bushnell never wanted to stop people from making their own games for the system. As far as he was concerned, you know, if other companies make games for their system, it means that more people will buy the Atari 2600 or the Atari 5200 or the 7800, etc. And so when you got companies like Activision that were a group from inside Atari, they... You know, they knew how to make games. They would make their own games for the Atari 2600. And lots of other companies then, like Imagic was another one. They came from a bunch of developers that were in Atari at the time. But a lot of people, they thought that they could make games and they'd start selling games for Atari. And there was nothing to stop them from doing that. And they were making a lot of crap. And that was the biggest issue. That was actually the biggest problem, was that there was no quality control. There was no way to stop people from making a bunch of trash, or from even pirating games. That was one of the big issues, was game piracy on the Atari 2600 was huge. And there was very little that they could do to actually stop it. And that ultimately was the downfall of Atari. There were a few standout games that will often get blamed, like E.T., for example. But it was compounded issues, one on top of another, that resulted in the crash. And I think people just in general lost faith in video games as a whole. you only play physical, not emulated. When it comes to doing something like Atari, I prefer... Sorry, I am trying to keep up with what you're saying. When it comes to physical, I do prefer... Sorry. When it comes to Atari, I do prefer physical. I do have emulated games. I might have a copy of E.T. already. I'm not sure. I probably do. I've got the entire Atari library, now that I think about it. So I probably do have a copy of E.T. somewhere. I do prefer to use the original... At the very least, the original controllers, if not original hardware. So what I'm actually using right now for Atari Week is the Atari 2600 Plus. So the Atari 2600 Plus is basically a modern FPGA re-release of the 2600. It can play 2600 games, it can play 7800 games, and it's got the original controller, but it's also got HDMI out. And that's the important thing, you know, having HDMI out. So, yeah. We need an ET Atari remake. I would love that, honestly. I would love to see them try and fix it. I would even, you know, if I had the opportunity, if I had the sort of money to put together a studio to work on fixing that, I would rehire Howard Scott Warshaw. I would hire him and I'd say, look, dude, this was your baby. We're gonna have you come on board and help us out to make it the game that you always wanted it to be. I would love to do that. I would pay through the nose to have Howard Scott Warshaw come back and make that game. I would. If I had millions of dollars, if you know, once I've bought a house, bought a car, and all that sort of stuff, if I still had millions of dollars left over, I'd be getting in contact with Howard Scott Warshaw and saying, let's fix E.T. Yeah, Japan's... See, that's the thing, is Japan's video game boom, the reason that Nintendo and Sega were able to come into America was because Atari was failing. But the reason that Nintendo and Sega took off in the first place was because Atari was successful. Atari's breakout was the, ironically, breakout hit in Japan. And that is what caused these games companies like Sega. Sega started off by making arcades, not games themselves, just arcades. So it was because of the success of Atari that we have Sega, and Nintendo had already made their own Pong clone, but they were looking to get into the home console business, and they only really got that idea because Atari was successful. So yeah, a lot of the things, like I said, it bounces on a knife edge. A lot of these companies only exist because Atari was successful, but they only still exist because Atari failed. And that's wild. It's like a tree, you know? You know, when a tree grows in the woods, it eventually blooms and seeds will drop either side, but the tree has to die. The tree dies, and when the tree goes into the ground, all of these other trees get nurtured and they continue to grow. That's how that works, and it worked for the games industry as well. You can look at the games industry like a biological entity. As one thing dies, the other things grow. It's kind of a beautiful cycle of life, digital life. Yeah, E.T. is definitely the most remembered, though. I do agree. I think that a lot of people blame E.T., but it's not necessarily. It was the last straw. It was the last game. Like, people were really excited for E.T. because the game itself was incredibly... the movie itself was incredibly popular. And so people were like, oh my goodness, an E.T. game? But it was the last straw. Howard Scott Warshaw had 6 weeks to make that game. 6 weeks. See, for a long time, Howard Scott Warshaw was being blamed for killing the games industry. Which is very, very wrong. Very, very wrong. I had an old 2600 with Pitfall, Pac-Man, Pong, and a few other games. That was my intro into gaming, but the NES is where my love for gaming was sealed. I had a very similar situation. I had a very similar life. My father bought me an Atari 2600 Junior. when I was 3. So that was 1988. I got an Atari 2600 Junior. And with it, I had Centipede. That was my first game. And I also had Real Sports Tennis, which I used to play with my grandmother. Over time, I would collect a bunch of games. So, yeah. I've got quite a few on my shelf right now. But, yeah, I like to play them on the 2600 Plus now. I started playing games like Legend of Zelda on my friend's NES. It was really difficult to get an NES in the UK because Nintendo had an exclusivity deal with a pharmacy. And they would get like 3 Nintendo consoles in every like few months. And that was how they sold them in the UK, and it was awful. But for me, it was the SNES and the N64 that really solidified me as a gamer. E.T. Re-Entry. Oh, that's a good name. I like that. Recharge would work because obviously the rest of the Recharge series, but Re-Entry, I like that. I like that one. E.T. Game of the Year Edition. That's the one. No, that's gotta be it. Game of the Year Edition. I love it that they put Game of the Year Edition on games even when they don't win. Have you noticed that? Have you ever noticed that some of the things that are called Game of the Year Edition didn't actually win? Some of them weren't even nominated. The movie was my jam as a kid. I hated the movie. E.T. scared the shit out of me. Genuinely. It was the jump scare. It was the first jump scare of the movie. You know, when Elliot pulls up the torch and shines it directly in E.T.'s face, and he lets out this unearthly howl. Done. Out. Thank you. And the scene. Oh, you know when Elliot is coaxing him in by putting Reese's Pieces up the stairs? You know that scene where you can kind of see Elliot is looking from his bedroom and you just see the hand kind of very slowly, twitchily comes up over the top step and grabs the Reese's Pieces and eats it? I used to have nightmares about that because where my bedroom was in the house that we lived in, at the time, there was a staircase that reached the landing right outside my bedroom, right? So my mother, when I was younger, my mother would leave the door open so that, you know, she could hear me, you know, if I was fussing in the night or something, right? But I used to be stuck, wide awake, staring at the top of the stairs, thinking I could see a hand reaching up the stairs. Like, legitimate full-on night terrors of this happening. It was insane. It was awful. E.T. just, like... I think E.T. is the reason why I'm not afraid of horror movies. Because I don't think anything can quite come close to how absolutely terrified I was of E.T. Hey Joseph, welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? I'm interested in seeing E.T. being played to see what the fuss was about. I will do it. We'll do it next year. We'll definitely do it next year. We'll do it for Atari Week next year. I'll do it as like an entire episode. Rather than it being like a part of the classics collection, like I've been doing, where I play like 3 games, I will actually do a full episode of E.T. I will do it. I'll do it. If people want me to do it, I'll do it. So there's something. And I've never played it before myself, so that also goes in for the theme of next year as well, because the theme next year for my streaming is going to be catching up. You know, it's going to be all the games that I should have played already. Do a week and an extra day for ET so we get it sooner. I do it like an Atari day in the middle of just randomly in the middle of the year. We gotta wait a year? Yeah. Yeah, you do. You can play it yourself in your own time. I don't care. All right, well, maybe I will do it, because I've been talking about potentially doing some Atari games throughout the year anyway. Like, we can still have a week dedicated to Atari, but then also still do other Atari games throughout the year. My plan is I want to play more Yars Recharged. But, yeah, I could probably figure out a time to play it E.T. I wonder if I've got it... Hang on a second. Let me see if I can find out if I do have a copy of it. If I've got a copy of it on, like, Xbox or something, that'll be easy. There we go. Let's have a little look. Game list. Okay. It's not on that one. It was, it might not actually have a copy of it on Xbox because it is, at the end of the day, a licensed game. I didn't even think of that. It's a licensed game, so they wouldn't necessarily be able to re-release it. Yeah, okay. I definitely have a copy of it. Yeah, I've definitely got I've got a ROM of it. If I can get a copy of the, you know, like a physical copy, I would love to do that. But yeah, if I can get a physical copy, I would definitely do it. But otherwise, I will take a look at the ROM and see if I can get it to run. Because some games don't run very well as ROMs. Generally speaking, you'll be fine. But some games don't really... I don't know. I just find that some games don't play very well as ROMs. So, we'll see. We'll see how that goes. I'll see what I can do. I'll do it for you. Yeah, okay, so I definitely have a copy of the ROM. So we can do that. I'll try and figure out a time to do it. I'll make sure that everyone knows when I'm doing it. And, yeah, we'll do a full episode on just E.T. We'll talk about it. We could talk about the history of it. We could talk about the landfill rumors, and with the rumors which ended up being true. So we could do like a full episode talking about the history of it and everything, and then play it as well. I think that would be really cool to do. If the ROM doesn't run right and the game breaks, doesn't that mean it's true to E.T. as a game? Oh, run out of breath. Maybe. I'm not gonna say you're wrong, but I kind of refuse to say that you're right. Kiko is sending me a link on Discord, alright? I don't know if I can... Oh, yeah, I can. Okay, I can see it. I can see Discord. Because I went looking for ET online to get a cart and about to hit the roof. Oh, okay. Oh, dear. Oh my goodness, she's sending me to EB Games? What? Oh my goodness, are you serious? Oh no, I'm about to hit the fucking roof too. You've got to be kidding me. I am absolutely furious. I can't believe that. No. It's actually not. No. Whoa. Hang on. Sorry. No one else can see where I'm looking at. So, holy shit. I am so mad. Okay. So, Atari just released a 45th anniversary Pac-Man Atari 2600 Plus, right? It's a bright yellow Atari 2600, and there are 5 wireless controllers, so 5 wireless joysticks for the Atari 2600 Plus, and they come in yellow, red, pink, blue, and orange for Pac-Man and the 4 ghosts. There's also collector's edition copies of Pac-Man, Galaxian, Dig Dug, and Xevious, right? 4 games that they just released a collector's edition copy of. So they're physical cartridges that work on original Atari hardware, but they also work on the Atari 2600 Plus. I spent nearly $1,000 buying these because they went on pre-order, and you could only order them from America, and they wouldn't ship to Australia. So I ordered them, had them sent to my parents' house, and they haven't arrived yet. But I've spent nearly $1,000 on this. And now we went to EB Games, and pre-orders are up to be able to buy them in the country. Why were these pre-orders not available before now? This is absolute. No, they were never region locked. Yeah, they were never region locked. I'm so annoyed. I'm so annoyed. I spent so much money trying to get this copy of... Oh, right, I see. You're still talking about ET. I'm talking about the Atari 2600 Plus. I just bought an Atari 2600 Plus from America. I just ordered it from the US. Had it sent to the UK. And I need to pay again to have it sent out to me. By the time it gets here, it's going to cost me over $1,000. And I got it because I wanted it. I wanted the entire package. And now they're actually releasing them in Australia. I'm so annoyed. Is that including tariffs? There's no tariffs. There are no tariffs coming out of America. There's tariffs going into America. No, the reason it costs so much is because it's $269 for the Atari 2600 Plus. It's like $50 a piece for the controllers. Like Donald Trump, I too do not know how tariffs work. Tariffs are extra charges on things coming into the country, because of it's basically a tax on the amount of money you expect to make as a profit. Yeah, it does have Australian FU tax. Yeah, it does. That is true. Everything in Australia is taxed to ridiculous amounts just because we're in Australia. But no, yeah, so it was $269 American for the console. It's $50 a piece for the controller. It was $200 something for the games because I got all 4 of the games, and that is in American dollars. So you add on top of that the shipping to the UK, which was something like $80 because it's ridiculous, and then convert that into Australian, and it's like 1,000 Australian dollars. Can you cancel your first purchase and get this one cheaper? That is an interesting question. That is a very interesting question. I might look into that after. But yeah, okay, I'll look into that. I'll definitely look into that. They may have already sent it. It looks like I can get all of the controllers in EB Games as well. Oh, wait, no, I can't get... Oh my goodness. I saw a picture earlier today. A friend of mine on Twitter posted that he just bought the Atari 50 arcade 1-up machine, and I just discovered you can actually buy that through EB Games. It's $1,000 as well. That's another $1,000 for an arcade cabinet of Atari games. I can't say I'm not tempted. Let's see. Okay, so you... No, I can't get the games that I ordered in Australia. I can get them. Like, I can get the Atari 7800 version of Dig Dug, Xevious, Pac-Man, and... Oh, no, there isn't a copy of Galaga. Really? Oh, that sucks. But they're not the collector's edition versions. So they're the standard versions. Galaga. Yeah, it doesn't look like they've got Galaga. Let me just check if it's Galaxian instead of Galaga. I'm pretty sure it's Galaga, though. Yeah, no, they don't have it. Yeah, so one of the games is completely unavailable in Australia, and they don't have the collector's edition version of any of them. So I guess, yeah. The controllers are sold separately as well. Yeah, that's true. They are. Man, I'm actually kind of mad at that. Well, not kind of. I'm very mad at that. If I had known, obviously, if I had known the situation wouldn't be what it currently is, I would have bought the collector's edition of the games, and I would have bought the console out here. Yeah, Kiko, that'd be great. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, I have already been charged. My credit card was charged. I might be able to do, like, to get them to cancel the order and do a chargeback, but I'm gonna have to contact them tonight and see how it goes. What I'm probably gonna have to do, so this is gonna be a pain in the ass. What I'm probably gonna have to do is cancel the order, get my money back, re-buy the collector's edition. Oh no, I think they're all sold out. Well, no, because there'll be a spare copy, won't there? So I should be able to re-buy the collector's edition games and then buy all of these on pre-order. Oh, good lord, that's going to be some fussing. Actually, do you know what? That's one of the things which is definitely a situation that you should be on top of. I did try to stay on top of it on our Discord, but it's very difficult to do when, you know, some things come out a lot later. Limited run games. Limited run games are basically a scam. Well, I mean, I guess we kind of knew that, but like, there's a lot of games in limited run that they release to general retail in Australia. So like all of the Star Wars games, you know, when they did all of those Star Wars games, they did like Bounty Hunter, Episode 1 Racer, Star Wars, what was it, Jedi Outcast and stuff like that, and Knights of the Old Republic and all of those games. They were doing them on limited run games for like $30 American each, so that's about $50 Australian each. And I bought Episode 1 Racer because I was like one that I was really excited for. And then it was like 2 months later, it was available in store on the shelf in Australia. And I'm like, you've got to be kidding me. It was on the shelf. Oh, the other one was KO the Kangaroo. KO the Kangaroo. I was really looking forward to KO the Kangaroo. I was amazed that it was even going to get a remaster. So I was like, yes, absolutely, I want to get this game. I bought KO the Kangaroo through Limited Run Games. It came out in Australia 6 months before I received my copy. 6 whole months. And I didn't get get a copy of KO the Kangaroo for over a year. So from when I ordered it, it was more than a year until I received it. And it was available. I could have just walked into any shop and bought KO the Kangaroo at any time for 6 months until I actually received mine. And I asked about canceling the order, and at the time they were saying all orders are final, so I couldn't cancel it. Did you ever watch the YouTube videos about LRG? Yeah, I've watched a lot of videos about LRG. I am very much done with them. Good luck getting anything back from a cancellation. Yeah, I've seen some people saying that they got their orders cancelled, but they never received a refund. I've seen all kinds of really screwed up stuff. People should not be using limited run games. There's the last game that I bought from limited run was relatively recent, but it was Shantae Risky Revolution. And the only reason I got that one is because Josh Fairhurst, the guy who runs Limited Run, he's friends with Matt Bozon, who created Shantae. And so I'm like, yeah, he's definitely not going to screw that one up. You know? And they didn't. My copy is currently in the post. But, yeah, I'm getting so... I got so tired of them, I've told them, I've sent them an email telling them that the way that they handle customer relations, the way that they handle the way they do some of their game releases is absolutely disgusting. And I probably won't use them ever again. I made sure, I was very detailed in my email telling them that I am basically done with you. And I will recommend to people to not use them. Yeah. Every time I would recommend people do not use limited run games. You got the Scott Pilgrim and Ninja Gaiden vinyls. I gotta be honest, the Ninja Gaiden vinyls was very appealing, wasn't it? That was like, I want those. I got the Scott Pilgrim game when it first released. I didn't get the sequel, but I got the first one because I didn't know whether or not that was gonna be, you know, I think that's a fair one, honestly. I think that one's fair, getting the Scott Pilgrim game, because at the end of the day, that was like lost media. So as soon as that released, I was like, I have to buy it. I don't even like Scott Pilgrim, but I was like, I need to buy that because I need to know that I've got a physical copy. Waited almost 2 years for them. Good lord. There's a couple of companies that do vinyls now. So, okay, if you want alternatives to limited run games, and I'm not suggesting that these people are these companies are alternatives in the sense that you can buy the same games from them, but you can go to Super Rare, which is a pretty good company. I have had no issues with Super Rare whatsoever. There's another limited run style company called Limited Reserve, and they are run by Devolver Digital. Now, I have had no end of trouble with Limited Reserve, right? I've ordered a couple of things from them, and I have had zero communication with their support teams every time. At one point, we thought that we were moving house, and so I needed to change my address. And I tried to contact support through the methods that they offer on their website to be able to change my address before it was sent. They would not get back in contact with me. I sent them many emails. I sent them about 5 or 6 emails trying to get them to acknowledge the fact I needed to change my email address. They did not get back in contact with me. I do not trust Limited Reserve, but Super Rare are really good. I have had no issues with Super Rare at all. Strongly recommend Super Rare. I got my Loop Hero and Trek to Yomi from Devolver Digital's direct site. And that's the thing. Devolver Digital's direct website are fine. It's Limited Reserve that sucked. There's also a website, I don't recall, let me so okay, so this is interesting. You may have already, you probably already know about this website, but there's a website called Fangamer, and it is literally fangamer.com. Through Fangamer, you can buy collector's editions. So Fangamer basically are a collector's edition company, essentially. Some of their collector's editions don't come with a physical copy of the game, but it's not about the physical copy of the game. These are all games that you can buy at retail, right? What they do is they do their own version of the collector's edition. So if there's merchandise and stuff like that you're interested in getting, you can buy them through Fangamer. And they do really good bundles, I'm not gonna lie. They do really good bundles, and they're not limited. You're limited to like how many you can buy, but if you go there now, you can still buy the collector's edition for Stardew Valley. And to be fair, that one does actually come with a copy of the game. But like, you can still get limited editions of older games through Fangamer. Yes, and they do vinyls as well. Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Hollow Knight vinyl. I think that might even still be available. Yes, it is. The Hollow Knight vinyl is still available. That came out years ago. So if that's the sort of thing that you're interested in, if you're interested in the limited edition stuff, check out Fangamer, because it's not limited and it's really cool. They got a lot of good stuff. I want to go back to Fangamer. The one thing that they had that I wanted, and it was out of stock, was the Hollow Knight plushie. And it's back in stock. There you go. Actually, it's not currently back in stock. It's back on pre-order. So it is coming back in stock. Brilliant. Oh, wow. Build your own combo. Oh, this is cool. This is awesome. Okay, so they've got a build your own plushie combo system where you can buy multiple of the Hollow Knight plushies and build a combo with them. So the more you buy, the cheaper they are. Good lord. That's awesome. That's how you this is how you do collector's editions. Actually, the original Hollow Knight collector's edition for Nintendo Switch is also coming back into pre-order. So they're reprinting it. It's available on PC, PlayStation 4, and Nintendo Switch. Let's have a look at the Silksong collection. Hornet plushie. Hornet figure. Oh, I love that figure. I'd seen a few people with this figure, and I'm like, oh my goodness, where did you get that from? And it's got literally written on them, restock planned. And they got a plushie of Lace. That's cute. I like that. Ooh, wait, is the figure of the knight coming back into stock? Oh no, this is dangerous. Is that actually coming back into stock? Oh no. Oh shit, it's back in stock. Oh my goodness. Okay. It's quite cheap too. It's like 40 bucks. Wow. I need to get off this website. I'm going to be spending lots of money. Be right back in a sell kidney. Hell yeah. Oh, they have Shin Megami Tensei vinyls as well. Yeah. Yeah, they do. They got so many vinyls on Fangamer. Buy, spend. Capitalism, consume. Yeah, that's essentially it. Yeah. I am pro-capitalism. I'm pro-consuming. That's why I buy all these bloody Ataris. Yeah. What is even happening right now? Hang on a minute. Let me just copy this link. I need to open up that. There we go. So I'm just moving my chat to a different window. Oh, don't do that. So we're kind of going off on a bloody tangent here. We're talking about all kinds of things right now. That's fine though. I still think that that's an important message, you know, that people need to be aware that limited run games are dodgy as hell, right? We went off topic. We're talking about other things, but the truth remains that at this point in time, I do not trust limited run games. I only trust them with certain games, and you know, games that I know that they're not going to screw up because they have personal investment, you know? But considering all of the issues that we've had with limited run games in the past, one of them was like Doom Classic Collection. I ordered Doom Classic Collection as soon as that released. As soon as it was announced. I was like, yeah, I need that. So I ordered it. And I waited for, it was like 9 months, close to a year at least, before I actually received my copy. Then when I received my copy, I put it into the Switch, and it was like, you need to log into the Bethesda account. And I'm like, no, I bloody don't. Why do I need a Bethesda account to log into a game that is 30 years old? And so there was a huge backlash to that one. There was huge backlash to that one. And they said, okay, we will send you a proper copy. We will take the DRM out and we'll send you a proper copy. And I'm like, okay, that's fine. And they were doing that for everyone. Good news. But before they would register you as getting a replacement, you had to provide proof that the copy that you received was destroyed. So I had to take a hammer to that cartridge, something which is deadly against my religion. Okay? I had to destroy a cartridge and send them photographs of the destruction before they would register me for sending another one. And when they did, it took another year. Another whole year. Because they didn't prioritize getting reprints. They slotted in getting reprints when they were able to. So it took them another like 9-10 months before they even got the reprints. And then they sent them out to us. And like, if that was me, if I just screwed up, I would have taken one of the other games that was coming out, bumped it back in the line, and made an effort to get that made as soon as possible and get it out to people. No. It was about, by the time I actually got a working copy of Doom Classic Collection for Nintendo Switch, it was about 2 years later. Couldn't just mail it back? No, that wasn't an option. I'd Photoshop it. You know, I was tempted, maybe get a copy of Troll and I and just destroy that, but even still. It was definitely Bethesda's fault. Yeah, absolutely. Bethesda sent them the version with DRM. But the problem was, the reason it was still on Limited Run Games is because Limited Run Games stated on their website that it wouldn't have DRM. So, yeah. Seriously surprised they haven't been sued yet. I'll be honest, I may have tagged a few lawyers into the situation that we had recently. The most recent situation was... Which game was it? What was the game that we had recently? Oh, Yakuza. The Yakuza series. So, they said that it was going to be, like, there was a tweet that was made by people, by staff in Limited Run Games, saying that the version that you would get on the Yakuza discs would be the most recent and up-to-date version. The Xbox print was the most up-to-date version, which is what I have. I now have a full set of physical Yakuza games. The PlayStation version was the 1.0 version, which means it came with none of the patches, none of the updates, and certainly none of the DLCs. Right? Worst of all, Yakuza 1 and Yakuza, I think it's Yakuza 0 as well, have game-breaking bugs in them. The 1.0 version actually have bugs that prevent you from progressing through the game. If you've got a digital copy of Yakuza 1 in version 1.0, there's actually a bug that means that you have to uninstall the game and reinstall it. That's how bad this bug is. Thankfully, because it's being run off a disk, nothing, it doesn't negatively affect the disk. So that's fine, but the digital edition, you have to uninstall and reinstall it because of a bug. And that's in the 1.0 version, and that's what it's shipped with. Which means that that game, the whole point, the whole reason that we buy physical games, the same reason that I still buy physical games for my Atari, is because they stopped producing a lot of these games many years ago, but they still bloody work. Those PlayStation copies of Yakuza will not work in the future. Once the servers are shut down, they will not be available. You will not be able to play them. And when I contacted Limited Run Games about this, their response was somewhat dismissive, shall we say. I was saying that I find this absolutely disgusting. This isn't what your brand is supposed to be about. You talk about being forever physical. Literally their motto, forever physical. And the copies of the games that are going out have the 1.0 version on them. Right? Yeah, it was a polite way of saying that. What the... Sorry, Vic, some of your chat is getting blocked by YouTube. Hang on a second. But yeah, yeah, I told them, I was like, guys, this is not what your brand is supposed to be about. This isn't what you say on your website. And their response was, but you ordered the Xbox version. And I said, yes. And their response was, basically, the version that you will receive will be the most up-to-date version on the Xbox discs. The PlayStation situation doesn't concern you. That's what their response was. It doesn't concern you. I will have you know, it does. Because I am concerned. You know? I am concerned. And because I am concerned, I will not be buying from you again. Yeah, we gotta keep the Game Awards, you know, slightly limited. Well, I do try to keep this place family friendly. I don't mind you, saying F every now and again. But, there are some words I'm gonna have you, try to limit yourself on. I'm sorry. I'm gonna use the C word as well. Censorship. But like I said, you know, it's more of a YouTube thing, to be perfectly honest. You can never tell when you're gonna get banned for saying something like that. Yeah. It's a bar of soap. Good. And swill it down with this big pint glass full of the alcohol cleanser. Yeah, I'll do it. Yeah. Glub glub glub. All right. Anyway, we've talked about shitty companies for long enough. How about we play some Vidya? Drinks bleach? Yeah, that'll do it. Do you know drink bleach was a thing on that YouTube would ban you for. That was actually a thing. That was actually a thing. If you use the phrase to consume hydrogen peroxide, they would actually ban you for that. Used to be way back when. Eats a Tide Pod. Ah, man, Tide Pods. That was a good meme. It kind of it filtered out the weak, you know. Oh my goodness, YouTube, are you serious? Yeah, yeah. But yes, Vic, I know that your message just got blocked there again, but YouTube just blocked that and I can't unblock it. This is so stupid. The SH post. To say that someone the post that says, yeah, because someone might inflict something upon themselves. Anyway, let's play some video games, shall we? We've been at this for a while now, complaining about different websites and stuff. How about we actually play some video? And why won't my controller start? Seriously, Xbox, I'm gonna be coming for you next. All right. HP damage IRL. Yeah, exactly. Yes, that. Alrighty, here we go. Today we are playing Yars Recharged. I am once again going for a high score. I've got some very sad news, right? So the high score that I got last time, my current top, is 112,402. And that was, in the leaderboard, number 36 in the world. Number 36. Today, I am number 42. Now, admittedly, this does mean that I am the meaning of life. But it also means that I've got a long way to grind to get all the way up into the 20s, which is where I want to be. I would love to end tonight's stream with me being in the 20s. At minimum. If I can get if I can get in the teens or even top 10 by the end of tonight, that would be amazing. But I don't necessarily, I'm not assuming that is doable. So we want to get into probably into the 30s, maybe the 20s tonight. This music is so good, isn't it? It can get a little bit repetitive because it's basically just one song over and over and over again, but it's a good song. It is a good song. All right, we are going to be taking bonus is for hunger, which means we do not get a gun. We don't get to shoot. We just have to eat. And I'm also taking the bonus for heavy cannon, which means that after we take a shot with the Zolon cannon, we cannot move it. So that is that. And we are going to start off. Let's get in. It's been a long time. Cool. So the way that this game scores, it doesn't matter how many shield cells that you devour or how many of these little things that you pick up, you will always get the same score at the end of a round. So the round will not change in its score. You will get a bonus, however, if you complete a stage without taking any damage. So that's what we're aiming for. We want to maximize our abilities by getting through the stages as quickly as possible, not taking any damage. Actually, not even necessarily quickly as possible. We kind of want to sometimes take it slow, you know? Be careful about what we're doing, not just rush in. But we do have to get up close and personal and chew on the shields rather than being able to shoot them from a distance. That was going to be a bit of a pain. Oh, I see. I see how I have to get in. Okay, right. It's been a while since I played this, so... And, right, okay, so every time you get hit by a gun, it'll take 1 point of HP off you. If you get hit by the swirl, you lose all your HP. And that's an instant game over. Let me get rid of that too. Whoa! Sneaky, sneaky. Okay, I've still got loads of shields to chew through. I thought destroying those would have cleared the shields up front. Okay. Oh, I missed with the second shot. That's the downside of using heavy cannon, is if you need to reposition your gun, the Zolan cannon, for the second shot, you can't. Oh, this one. Yeah, okay. Okay. Now we just need to break the shields in front of that. I can get that shot. I can get that shot. I can get that shot right through the middle. Could you stop with the guns, please? I mean, come on now. Let me just get some energy off you. Good grief. for goodness sake. Come on, get around. Nice. No worries, Vic. You enjoy your games, and yeah, feel free to just you know, drop in and say hi later. I'm doing this completely wrong. I just remembered what the strategy is for this stage. Yeah, I should have gone for that one up there. Like. So at the moment, this game isn't like too difficult. We're not having any issues at the moment. But as the game goes along, it's going to get harder. It's going to get a lot. The enemies are going to get a lot stronger. They're going to shoot more regularly. Right. Okay. That was missing. So get in, get all of the guns. Sick. Now, you don't necessarily need to destroy all of the different cannons and defenses that the Kotile has. But if you don't, it's going to be harder to hit. So rather than in the original game where you've got to destroy... Oh no! Where you've got to destroy the shield cells and, well, yeah, you destroy the shield cells. That's just what you do. In this one, as you would have noticed while I was doing this stage, as you destroy... Are you serious? As you destroy the turrets, you also destroy the shield cells that are connected to those turrets. There we go, finally! Good lord! Ah. Also, if I go quiet, it's because I'm trying to concentrate, so... My apologies! Talk to Geeko in the chat. I want to try clear this area a little bit. There we go. Oh, the other thing as well is this shield back here will protect you from the bullets but it doesn't protect you from the swirl. So if you're in the Zolan cannon when the Kotile shoots a swirl at you, it will hit you. Oh no, this is... Oh, it just went up in difficulty. It just went up in difficulty. Big difficulty. That's a spike. That is a hell of a spike. See, I don't like these automatic guns. I don't mind the ones that shoot 3 times. But it's the automatic ones. They're so, I guess misleading is the right word. Like, you think to yourself, oh, they're just shooting slowly. It's not really a big deal. And then, you know, they sneak up on you and suddenly it's like, oh shit, that's pointing right at me. Oh shit, here comes a beam. Maybe I can take out that beam. Oh, that's the beam that's turning on. Do not eat the beams that are turning on. Oh my goodness! Come on! That was way too tight. Oh my god, there's so many bullets on screen right now. Ah! Oh, I took damage. I am having so much difficulty being able to lock in on this one. I said this was going to be a difficulty spike. At the moment, it's just more about surviving rather than actually mounting a proper attack. Oh, don't do that, don't do that. Get the gun out, get the gun out. We want to destroy this now. There we go. We good. Oh, hello. Another swirl. Okay. Oh, no, I didn't get there in time. Damn it. Okay. Second one, 2, 3, cool. Third one, 1, 2, 3, okay. Now he's gonna do a swirl. No, he's not! The cycle changed. Now he's doing swirl. Okay. I got hit by one of the bullets. Damn it. One of the off-screen bullets got me. Shit. That was not what I was hoping for. I've got rid of all the guns down the bottom though, which is fine. This one's the last one. I think it's going to go for a swirl next. No, it's going for the close one. Now it's going to swirl. No? Now it's going for the far one? What? Why won't it swirl? It's just cycling through the guns. It's not actually doing a swirl. Oh, there we go. Oh, it's too far. It's doing a swirl and activating the guns at the same time? What insanity is this? I didn't think it was supposed to be able to do that. Oh, again, I hit the bloody first shield. That is right in the bloody way. Eek. I should probably just get rid of these. If only it were that easy, though, you know? Oh, look! I've got rid of the shield in front of the Kotile core. Should be able to hit it this time. Good grief. Damn. I didn't get my bonus. I didn't get my bonus on that one. Oh, good lord. Okay. This is just oops all beans. Which actually looks hard, but it's okay. It's not a big problem. So long as you are aware of where you are and which beams are on next, you should be fine. Nice. Easy, easy. Oh, I'm not gonna be able to hit. Oh, I did! I broke through the shield with the first shot and then hit the Kotile with the second. Ah, no, it was too low. I thought I was right next to it. I thought I was ready to go. See, it's stages like this where heavy cannon is a real pain. There we go. Because the Kotile moves so quickly. Here's the maze. Is it maze or is it corn? Oh, that's fast. Oh yeah, I forgot how fast that was. So this, why wouldn't I just eat these lasers? Because I don't want the Cotile to speed up its cycle. So I didn't want it to get back to the turrets that were on the right there until I was ready to deal with them. Now I can deal with this turret. There we go. There we go. Yeah, if you take out those lasers, the lasers that were there, it speeds up the Cotile cycle, so it gets to these lasers quicker. And you don't want that. You don't want to get stuck in there. Oh wait, this is the scissors one. This is the scissors level. So there's 2 of these lasers, you have to get at least one of them. Otherwise you get scissored in. Nice. Okay. Yeah, the other one activating. There it is. Come on, get around before I run out of energy. Run out. Oh no. I'm out of energy. I only had 1 shot. Oh! I almost didn't see that. That 1 bullet coming straight at me there. Take that out. Nice, and that should give me a lot of energy now towards the next one. Oh, hello. 2, 3. The other one. 1, 2, 3. Okay, eat this one. Cool. So these ones are not too difficult to get away from because they shoot in 6 different directions, but like they only move in straight lines. They're not like targeting you, they're not tracking you or anything like that. So it's not too bad to avoid them. So there's almost no reason to go after them. And you know, if you do use your Zolon cannon while there's still a lot of those turrets left, it drops so much energy that you can activate the turret again very, very quickly. Oh, this is the one with the mines. Oh, I forgot about the stage. I completely forgot about the stage. Let's get rid of that laser there. What I want to do is get rid of those cluster bombs, the ones that do that, because those are a little bit more unpredictable. Not that they are unpredictable, they're certainly not. It's just that, you know, when you've got so many bullets on screen, you want to try to minimize that as much as possible. Okay. The best way to do it is genuinely just take out this one at the front, look. Yikes! Because if you take this one out at the front, it gets rid of all shields. And you can take out the Cotile in the center. Cool. That's it. That's the one. And that's all of those gone. And that is another Zolon cannon shot straight away. This is what I mean. If you leave them up, you get the point. You know, you get the extra energy. So it's not a terrible strategy to, like, not eat everything. There you go. Oh, this one. So I like to call this one the Death Star Trench. It's stages like this where it's actually kind of useful to role play, you know? You're a fly, act like a fly. Go in, be annoying, leave. You know, you don't lose points for taking your time. You can reach, see, you can reach them through the shields, but yeah. Oh no! Oh no! I flew into a bullet. Oh damn it! Ah, there goes my bonus. Okay, we're just gonna nom on this Kotal and take his energy. I was doing so well in that one as well. Like, I do have a little bit of difficulty sometimes with that particular stage. Wait, did I just get given a good one? I just got given an easy, well, not easy one, but like this one's fine. Oh my goodness, it went backwards on me. Oh, that's actually moving quite quickly. This one's not too bad, though. I can handle this. He says, and then immediately dies. Oh, right. That's a problem. Those lasers come in quick. What? I don't know what hit me. I don't know what actually hit me then. I definitely got hit, but I didn't see where it was. Oh, here comes another troll. No! Oh, I went straight through the laser! Bugger! Oh, this one's actually a lot more difficult than I thought it was gonna be. I was overconfident. I'm learning my lesson. Oh no. Oh, 100,000. I didn't make it to my high score. Wasn't too far off though, honestly. Wasn't that far off. So that was pretty good. I think I got overly confident in that last one. I saw it and I'm like, no, that's not too bad actually, but it was. I didn't realize how quickly the lasers were orbiting on the top and the bottom Kotile cores. And so as they were spinning around so quickly, I was like, oh my goodness, that is actually really scary. I think what we're gonna have to do is when we encounter that stage again, is try to go for those two Kotile, top and bottom first. Maybe? I don't really know. I think we could probably... We could also potentially just go for the one in the middle, because if we can get rid of those cluster bombs, that would be very, very useful. And they're not very well protected, to be fair. The cluster bombs are not well protected. So if we go straight for the cluster bombs in that one, we could end up being in trouble from the lasers because of how fast they move. But I think if we can get rid of the cluster bombs and destroy the Kotile in the middle, we'll have enough energy to then at least destroy another one of the Kotile cores, top or bottom. Yeah, I think that's probably the right move, is go for the clusters. Have a drink, shake hands, and we go again. Absolutely. Actually, I'm going to shake my drink first. Then I'm going to have my hands. Alright. Nearly there. And look, to be fair, it is currently November 28th. And the last time I played this game was July 4th. So, yeah. Not bad. Not a bad score, right? Basically, hang on. Where does 100,000 get me on the leaderboard? 100,044. So basically, my first try was 71st in the world. I think that's pretty good. Silver linings and all that jazz. Now we got a little bit of an issue right there. Sound is slightly off. It does happen. It happens from time to time where the sound will be slightly off from what you're seeing. I am not sure why that glitch happens. But for the most part, it's not like a huge problem. The only time it becomes a huge problem is when you're on a stage where you can't see the Kotile. And it's already shot the swirl before, before you hear the sound. So on that stage, on the purple stage with the maze, that's something we need to desperately be looking out for. Because otherwise, we're going to be in a bit of trouble, because we're going to be waiting to hear it shoot, and it will already have shot. There we go. I should have gone up top first. It's fine. I should be able to get around to it. Nice. Oh, almost flew straight into a bloody bullet there. That's it. We're trying you for murder. It wasn't murder, sir. It was a suicide. What do you mean? He walked into my bullet, not the other way around. All right. You're free to go. Oh my goodness, that was so close. I should have gone the other way around this so that I wouldn't have to deal with being shot at. Right, now I go this way. Okay. Alright. Am I gonna get through there, though? That's the question. That's the ultimate question. Yep. Watch out for this roll. Okay. Okay. You know, I may as well, you know, just go for them. Because at the end of the day, I mean, they're only in my way. So, you know, I don't lose anything from trying to wipe these extra cores off. No, just munch, 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 munch. Get rid of all that nonsense, get it out of the way, make it you know, shooting crocodiles in a barrel. Like this. Completely exposed. Unable to defend himself. Okay. Get that, get that, get that, get that. Get that one, get that one, get that one. Nice. That's one laser down. Gotta wait for it to go all the way around. I didn't clear the shield cells in time, so now I gotta wait for it to go all the way around again. I'll keep the laser there. I'll keep the laser there because that's gonna be a decent amount of energy if I miss for whatever reason. I don't think I'm gonna miss, but just in case. I missed. Oh, I don't think I'm gonna miss, but just in case. Immediately misses. Immediately nubs it. Beans it. Wrecked them? Nah. Damn near ruined them. There he goes. Oh, don't worry, I'm not gonna miss. I'm not gonna miss. It's gonna be an easy shot. Oh, look, it's so easy. Easy, nice and quick. Look at that. Full circle in no time at all. Nice, got it. All the beans. All of the beans. Beans them up. Beans them up royal good, I did. Oh yeah, scissors, scissors, scissors. Avoid the scissors. Don't get scissored. There we go. No scissoring. Wait. You would, wouldn't you? You would go all swirly. Oh, I'm not gonna have time. I'll take those instead. I'll take those away from you. Make it easier for me. Cool. Nice. Nice. So far, so good. So, I cut that a bit too close there. I should not have done that. That was so dangerous. Oh my goodness. Damn. Oh. No! Oh no! The force wasn't with me. I let old Ben down. How could I do that? There we go. Nom, 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 nom. I gotta be honest, the Rebel Alliance, right? The Rebel Alliance in Star Wars would have won ages ago if they had Yars on their side. Think about it for a second. Imagine having intelligent flies on your side. The ability to get inside the Death Star, plant like tiny bombs to just disrupt internal systems, would have been super useful. Like, I remember when I was a kid, I used to always be like, no, Star Wars is way better than Star Trek. Star Wars is way better than Star Trek because the aliens in Star Wars actually look like aliens. They don't look like people with something glued to their foreheads. And I was always just like, Star Wars is way better. They got the cooler aliens. You know, without fully comprehending like just how cool Star Trek was. I end up going back later on and being like, actually, do you know what? Star Trek's pretty damn good. You know? I can't make a decision if I prefer one or the other. You know, we got to that point. Missed with the first one. Okay. It's alright, we got another laser to eat. But now that I think about it, right? Yeah, Star Wars definitely had some really interesting aliens. Don't get me wrong, they had good aliens, right? Star Trek, there was a lot of aliens which were just like, oh, they got a thing glued to their forehead, oh, they got pointy ears, but they're basically just humans. But the thing is that when you actually look deeper into Star Trek actually has some of the most interesting alien species. Not including, you know, your basics, your Vulcans and your Klingons and stuff like that. You look like they're not necessarily it wasn't necessarily the best storyline. I think it had potential, but because Enterprise was cancelled, it was a little bit, it didn't work out very well. But the Xindi, you had one which was like a big mammalian Xindi, you know, but then you had the reptilians, these really tall reptile-looking creatures. You had the aquatics, which were like fish-like. That they were fish. All of their technology worked underwater because all of their ships were full of water, which is really cool. It's a really interesting idea. You got the avians, which could fly. It was such a really interesting series of aliens. The insectoids in there were really cool. Yeah. But then also you go back to Star Trek Voyager. I say back, that's technically in the future of Enterprise, but it released first. You look at Star Trek Voyager and you've got species 8472, and they are very strange. You know, they don't come from our universe. They come from a place called fluidic space, which appears to be a pocket universe entirely full of this strange fluid. There's so many, even going back all the way to the first season, the first series, you had the, what was the species called? I can't remember what they're called. Tholians. The Tholians. Tholians are so different that they do not register as recognizable life forms. They're like a living energy being inside of a crystalline body, and the temperature inside their ships, it makes it so that they literally humans cannot board them because their temperatures are so high. And if you take a Tholian out of that hot temperature and you bring it into the standard temperatures that we are used to, they shatter. The Tholians are insanely different. Let's have a look. Let's see if I can get some information on the Tholians. They're a crystal-based life form. Or it says crystal-based, but it's oh no, sorry. They're crystalline life form. They look like insects. They've got 4 legs. They've got 2 talon-like arms. And their bodies are made out of crystal. Yeah, so Tholian biology requires that their temperature inside their ship be 480 Kelvin. That's 200 degrees Celsius. If a human being was to go into a Tholian ship, they would cook. And if a Tholian leaves their ship, they immediately start to their crystal hardens and they shatter like glass. They're a really interesting species, and this was all the way from the very first season. They first appeared in yeah, so they first appeared in the Tholian web in the original series, and then they wouldn't even be mentioned. Sorry, they would barely be mentioned until Enterprise. So, like, the original series and Enterprise, those are the 2 times that they actually made an appearance. They were referenced, they were mentioned, and only mentioned, only 14 times in the entire series. See, that sounds like an Enterprise story, so it makes sense that they would come back in that series. Absolutely. Hell yeah. I feel like with Voyager, especially with Voyager, like Star Trek, they would, you know, feeling things out. Star Trek didn't do very well. I know a lot of people probably already are aware of that, but just in case someone isn't. Star Trek wasn't popular the first time. It had its fans, but it was Star Trek: The Next Generation that really exploded. And then people went back and they rewatched Star Trek, the original series, and they were like, that's actually really cool. But yeah, it was one of those situations where they were feeling things out. They didn't know exactly what they were going to be doing. With Next Generation, they weren't exploring anymore. Next Generation wasn't really very exploratory. The Enterprise was... I don't want to say it was a luxury yacht, but it kind of was. It was basically about transporting diplomats and moving around. There wasn't a huge amount of exploration happening. Mostly just people that places that they already knew about. Deep Space Nine even more so, because Deep Space Nine was a space station. It didn't go anywhere. It was whoever came to you. But when they went with Voyager and Voyager got sent into the Delta Quadrant, they had an opportunity to just go nuts. And at first they didn't really do so with the aliens. They mostly did so with the stories, There were some crazy stories in Voyager. I really like Voyager. But a lot of the aliens were very humanoid again. But, it wasn't like until towards the end of Voyager that we started seeing some absolutely crazy creatures, like Species 8472. And then, when they were fully confident, and they did an entire storyline around the Xindi, then Star Trek got cancelled. It's like, oh, come on. We almost had it. But, like, it doesn't matter whether it's Star Trek or whether it's Star Wars, right? None of them had this idea. Well, I suppose Star Trek did have the idea of like an insectoid species, but not like a tiny insect, like a fly. And it just makes me think of Buzzed from Green Lantern, Buzzed. He's a little fly. He's actually just a little fly, but he's a hyper-intelligent fly species. And if they had a character like Buzzed in Star Wars, the Empire would never have gotten as far as it did. They wouldn't have stood a chance. Kay was sad when I told her that I stopped watching Voyager right before the story goes off. Yeah, but we need to get those Blu-rays. Oh, well, DVDs, I guess. Apparently the Blu-rays aren't very good, and some of them are incredibly hard to find. They do have a Blu-ray release, but it isn't like there's, yeah, I don't know. Because I started buying all of the DVDs, and when I finished buying all of the Next Generation DVDs, that's when they released the Blu-rays, and I was pissed. But, but yeah, no, I was, I do need to pick up the Voyager DVDs so that I can actually watch through the entire series. I have seen the entire series, but like I haven't in so long. Okay. So that wasn't necessary. You don't necessarily get scissored in this stage, but it's still good to get rid of at least one of those lasers, just so that you don't have to deal with that nonsense. Oh my goodness, that was so close. I just want to get that. There we go. in! I am so close and yet so far! Thank goodness for that. Right, let's collect. Oh my goodness, I didn't even see that bullet. I only missed it by accident. More arse than class, as I like to say. Shoost. Shoost. Shoosting. Oh, I thought I was gonna clip the shield then. Oh, here we go. Dig, 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 dig. Run, 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 run. 1, 2, 3. Whoa! Whoa! Hey. Go! Oh, here it comes. Nice, nice, we got it. That was super smooth. That was super smooth. Wow. Get rid of this, get rid of that. Oh, that. Oh, am I stuck? Damn it! Oh my goodness. I got myself all tangled up. I was stuck between the top of the screen and the shield. Immediately take damage. That's so frustrating. Oh, damn it, I got hit again. Oh, no, I am playing like an idiot. I am playing like an absolute freaking moron right now. Oh, that was tight. That was way too tight. Am I gonna be able to hit that? I don't think so. Oh, come on, come on, go around, go around, go around, go around. Nice. I don't have time for this. I don't have the life for this. No! Oh, no! I didn't see it. Oh, that sucks. Okay, back in. We're not wasting time. Back in. Damn, I really thought that was going to be the one then. I thought I was going to get past it. I was down to 1 HP, but I thought, you know what? It's not that big of a deal. We can go in and we can go out. Like I said, act like a fly. Go in, be annoying, come back. Go in, be annoying, come back. You know? Keep doing that over and over and over again. Oh, no. Very disappointing. All right. Hang on. Give me just one moment. All right. All right, let's go. Let's do it. Oh! Restart. Like, if I lose any HP on a pink level like this, right, I'm restarting. If I'm that close to the beginning and I'm already losing HP, no. Just straight up no. There is no excuse for losing HP on these early pink levels. That's another thing as well, like, if you know the order in which the guns activate, it is so much easier to just go in and start, you know, taking them out in the correct order, so that you don't actually have to deal with them shooting. Like, strange as it would seem for or maybe it's not so strange actually, now that I think about it. There's kind of a correct way to go about doing it. There's a correct order in which you should be attacking these cannons, and the correct order is one which the order in which nets you the least amount of shit to dodge. Right? So, like, now I've just taken out all of those guns. Barely a concern on my face, you know? So, speed is also rewarded. You know, I say that you can take your time, but speed is also rewarded. And it's not rewarded in bonus points or anything, but, you know, there's less for you to worry about. I went to the wrong one. Should have done this one first. Doesn't matter. All sorted. There we go. Another easy one. Alright, 1 second. I will be right back. I'm not going anywhere. I'm just going to mute myself. I'll be back in just a moment. Alrighty, I'm back. Sorry, I was just getting a drink delivery. My drink ran out. So I needed it refilled. Oh, excuse me. Okay, where were we? 23,000, so we're still at the beginning. Alright, cool. Get that. Nice. Damn! Oh, I was so close. Nice, that's the one. Okay. Cool. Nice. We're actually making good time on this as well. One of the things I'm really glad about with this game, honestly, is the fact that they don't give you bonus points for time. I'm actually really glad of that, because I think I would feel way too rushed if I was playing this game with, like, time in mind as well. I like that you can take the game slowly and strategically. You know, and I think it would be a very different kind of a game if you couldn't, you know? Nice. Okay. One down. You can kind of judge your shot based on the background, but one of the things I will say is when there's the way that the background moves is it does have a kind of parallax to it, so you can't 100% rely on the background. Missed. See, there's that scissor effect that I was concerned about. Nice. Okay, I think the next one's gonna be the maze. We'll just get a quick little drink. Yep, next one's the maze. Dig, 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 dig. Run, 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 run. Oh, heck. Ooh. Watch my timing there. Stuck! I couldn't get off the shield! I got stuck on the shield cell! That is so annoying! I was holding left, but I was stuck on the shield cell. I don't know why that happened. I couldn't get away! Oh, that sucks! That is... I went through that without a single stumble. There was nothing wrong with that run. Holy crap. Oh, that was awful. Oh, that's pissed me off. Something dramatic. That has. Oh my goodness, what the hell? Shut up! No swirls. Alright. Fine. We're gonna hope it. We're just gonna go for it. We're going for it right now. Oh, this is a different one. So there's slight variations on some of these setups. This is a slight variation on one of the ones that we usually get. This one actually slightly easier, even though I think it was supposed to have been designed to be harder, because it puts 2 guns at the front to defend the 6-way turret. But actually, because they're right next to each other, it's so much quicker to just eat both of them very, very quickly, you know, basically at the same time. And so you can basically just take them out before they get a chance to fire, which is great. That's exactly what you want. Ooh, see now I overshot that one. I wasn't expecting to break through it so quickly, so I just overshot it. Nearly went straight into the side of a bullet. Oh, what? Oh, I got hit by the 6-way turret. Oh, no, okay. Damn. I thought I was going to be fine then. I got hit by the 6-way turret. I guess I am rushing a bit. Wait, you're the wrong way around. That was a good shot. That was a great shot. Oh my goodness. There we go. Ooh, that was closer than I liked. I would have much preferred the swirl to have been further away from me than that. Yikes. Okay, I don't want to make the same mistake as last time. I can hear it. Oh, there was a single dot coming at me. Oop. Oh, no. Man, the amount of bonuses that you lose for... the amount of points you lose in bonus for completing a stage with maximum health is quite crazy. Like, it makes a difference. Oh, I can't get close. Oh, I'm just... my timing is so bad on this one. Shit. Yeah, my timing is awful on this one. Oh no, I didn't mean to do that. Shoot that guy. Oh wait, that worked? Oh. Oh, now that is interesting information. Very interesting information. I didn't think the Zolon cannon would actually reach. Huh. I guess I need to use the cannon more often. I am kind of, I do feel like I'm kind of rushing though. I need to not rush, otherwise I'm going to take more damage. I'm going to end up doing silly stuff, and you know, the bonuses add up at the end of the day, you know? See, one of the things as well, like, it just to show, for example, like, how everything really does add up in this game. Oh, no. Move! Just to show how everything does add up in this game. You get bonuses for making the game harder on yourself, right? And one of the ways you can do that is to add hunger mode, which is what I use. Hunger mode prevents you from being able to shoot. But, it prevents you from being able to shoot, but your bite does more damage. There it goes. Your bite does more damage and you get 2.5% bonus on top of your score. 2.5%. That doesn't sound like a lot, right? But... oh, shit. .5% doesn't sound like a lot. But when you add to that 2.5% for heavy cannon, which, to be honest, there's no reason to not take heavy cannon. It's like, oh my goodness, you can't move after you shot. Oh no, you know, it's not that big of a deal. Like that would be huge. That would be a massive detriment if the game was timed, right? But it's not. So heavy cannon, not a big deal. Not something you shouldn't take, right? So you've got heavy cannon and I've got hunger. A hunger for revenge. And that gives me 5% bonus on top of my score. So 5%, that's actually a lot. Like, you think about it, 5% of 100,000 is 5,000. So if I get like, let's say I get 120,000 points. 5% of that is gonna be 14,000. 14,000? No. No. 5,400. My bad. Is it 5,400? Is my brain just not working? Hang on. We go, what did I say? 120,000. Oh, I did that wrong. 5%. 5%. What? Why isn't this working? 120,000. Okay, so my PC calculator is being dumb. Every time I hit the percent button, it's clearing. I don't know what that is. Let me just quickly. What is 5% of 120,000? There we go. 6,000 points. I was way off. Okay. So if I've got 120,000 points, that's an additional 6,000 points on top of that. That'll push me up from like 30th place to 29th, you know? That's what we're talking about. Like it's a big deal at the end of the day. Oh, I got stuck on the bloody cell. I was trying to get out. Nah, I'm playing like an idiot now. I'm not gonna win this. This is a great example of what I like to call the "oh, for goodness sake" moment. That when you do something stupid in a video game, you have a moment where you just go, "oh, for goodness sake," and during that time, your concentration is gone. Right? There's no coming back for your concentration in that moment. You know. And the "oh, for goodness sake" moment is probably the most deadly thing that can happen to me. Because for a split second, you go from, yeah, I'm really concentrating, I'm gonna get this, I'm gonna do this, to, for goodness sake. You know? And it's so easy to make another mistake directly after that. And that's where you end up with these moments where instead of just taking 1 point of damage, I take 2 points of damage. And it's like, that only happened because I had a, for goodness sake, moment. Because for that split second afterwards, your concentration is shot. And you've even got the possibility of thinking like, I'm never going to do it anyway, so screw it. I shot the swirl. I shot the swirl in midair. That doesn't do anything in this game. No bonus points for shooting the swirl. At least I don't think so. I suppose, no, it wouldn't, because you could just farm it for points, couldn't you? Oh, I got the 2 on the back as well, look. There we go. Okay. Damn. Okay, so another one, another bunch of points lost. Oh, I'll use the scissors one. I don't think I'm going to... Oh, I'll get that one, though. I'm like, oh, I'm not going to be able to get to the one down in the bottom. I'm not going to be able to shoot the damn thing. That one was wide open. Oh, wow. Yeah, look, I'm not going to be able to get that. It's fine. We'll just nom. We'll nom until our time comes. Oh, hang on. There we go. Oh no! You've got to be kidding me! They jumped me up 2 levels! Oh no! Ah, damn it! Oh, you come the mines, or the cluster bombs. Shit. Got one. Okay. Okay. Alright, it's not so bad. It just got worse. Rapid fire. It did 2 in a row. Damn it! Oh, they popped me up 2 levels. They put me up 2 levels of difficulty. Oh, that's the randomness at work. See, you know, some of the stages pop in, you know, they come in a random order. And so, you know, if you end up getting popped up 2 levels of difficulty, you can very easily end up fighting something that you weren't intending to fight. And you know, I should have just kept going. I should have not panicked. That was the other thing. You know, a little bit of panic set in there because I wasn't expecting to see it turn green, you know? I really wasn't expecting to see it turn green, and then BAM! Minty freshness for everyone. Oh, that was so close. Oh my goodness, that was a little bit too risky for my sensibilities there. That I did not mean to do that. I got the wrong way. Should have gone north. Should have gone top. There we go. It's alright, I still got around. Still did all things I needed to do in time. Oh no! That scared me a little bit. That one scared me a little bit. That one could be all rectum. I clenched, Kiko. I clenched at that moment. It was a little bit scary. And I got a little bit scared. Oh, I thought that laser hit me. I thought the shield dissipated just as the laser swept across me, but I was thankfully not. Snuck that in. Snuck it in across the top. Good lord. Can anything stop him? Yeah. His own lack of ability. Gotta be kidding me. I was standing in exactly the wrong place for that. Oh, that was cruelty. Oh, I was doing well. I was doing so well. I can do it. Where'd that other little bullet come from? There was another bullet. I don't know where it came from. Oh, it's shooting as well. Once you take out that last gun. the Kotal core starts shooting as well. I forgot about that. Ah, that was silly. That was so silly. See, of course, silly is a euphemism. What I mean is, that was dumb. That was straight up stupid. But I did learn something. I learned something. Ooh, I got awfully close to a bullet, didn't it? Good lord. I learned something the last time we were here. And that is that I can do this. Which is definitely great information. I didn't think that would get through that many layers. And I figured I may as well just go in and do it myself. But no, apparently the Zolon cannon actually can reach. That's a lot of bullets. That's a lot of bullets. Oh, heck. Oh, criminy! Okay. A lot of bullets, but they all go into the same place, so that's okay. I don't mind having lots of bullets, provided that they're all going in the same direction. We'll probably take out the bottom one. Ooh, that's gonna be tight. No, we only got one hit. Oh no, damn it. Oh, that's what I mean about those little ones. The ones that just slowly fire. Just go pop, 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 pop. You don't notice them until it's too bloody late. There's a lot of bullets flying right now. I don't like it. See, this is why I don't like playing bullet hell games. I actually really dislike bullet hell games. I suck at them. Okay, I want to get mine. Oh no, I got hit again! Shit. I don't like the stage at all. I just can't get the point. There's way too much in that. I think that stage is significantly harder than some of the later stages because there's just too many shots on screen at once. I just can't keep up with everything. I just can't. Sometimes I'll get in, I'll manage to actually destroy everything that I need to. But then, you know, the longer it takes, the more the screen fills up with bullets. and I just can't keep track of everything. Come on, get around. I get around, round, round, round. I get around, I get around, round, 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 round. Sorry. Don't worry, I'm not gonna get DMCA'd, I can't sing. It's fun to get caught in the DMCA. It's fun to get another DMCA. You don't like I Get Around? Is that the song? You say you don't like I Get Around? It was adopted as a marketing song for Channel 10. Oh, that's terrible. It was adopted as a marketing song for Channel 10 in the late 90s, so it became a repetitive jingle. Oh, no. So, I think the first time I remember seeing it was when I was a kid and we watched the movie Big. We were talking about E.T. at the beginning of this stream, but there's another 80s movie which was just really great kids film, you know? Tom Hanks in Big, you know, when he had a sense of humor. And it was such a good film. And then right at the end, you see Tom Hanks now returned to being a child. Like, I think he was on a skateboard. I don't remember if it was a skateboard or a scooter, but he's kind of rolling off down the street and into the sunset sort of situation. That song starts up. It's just such an iconic moment for me. It's just kind of burned into my brain. I missed it. Damn. I'm not gonna catch up now. Okay, go the other way. I tried to back out of that instead of... See, this is the thing, right? You can literally turn yourself 360 because this game controls like a twin stick shooter, right? So you can literally turn yourself 360, but I always forget to do that in a panic. And, yeah. And that's where silly mistakes get made. Like, I was trying to back out of that place where there was a cell behind me. I literally could have done that, you know? Just boom, turn around. 180 degrees. Excuse me, I can't speak. English is my second language, you know. My first language is bullshit. I speak fluent bullshit. Alrighty. Easy, yeah, absolutely. I completely agree. Like, the easiest way to destroy someone's enjoyment of a song is to chuck in an advert. Because, I don't know, I feel like adverts in the 90s were never as bad. But you check a song in an advert and you just hear the same 3 lines or the same few, you know, chords or few. Oh my goodness, you just keep hearing it repeatedly. It's gonna wear on you, especially like if it's just one song, one line. Thankfully, the same wasn't true of Status Quo for me. We had an advert in this country, in Australia, which used Status Quo down. And it was to say that all the prices are down. So it was like, down, prices are down. I really like Status Quo, so... I realized I was going wrong this is no. There we go. No! I missed! Nice, got it. The dumbest thing about having promotional ads for a TV channel is that you would obviously only get those ads on the channel. Why are you promoting channel 10? I'm already here. Yes, Kiko, 100%, I agree. Yeah, that's one of those things, like, I get it, having a couple of promos to explain, like, what's on next. What's coming next on the channel, you know? What's the show that you're watching? And then, you know, having a little, what do they call it? Bumper, I think the word is. Oh my goodness, I thought I was going to get stuck in there then. You know, having a little bumper to say, oh yeah, you were watching Channel 10. But not like an ad, not a jingle. Necessarily. Though I guess I can kind of understand the jingle. Oh shit. I can actually, now that I think about it, I do kind of understand the jingle. Yes, they are advertising to you, but it becomes a earworm. So even when you're not watching Channel 10, you're thinking about the song. You know? It gets stuck in your head. So I guess it does make sense from a purely marketing standpoint. Ah, bullets. Ah, swirl. But that doesn't make it any less annoying, you know? Like, I've talked about this before, about when you're already in McDonald's and you've got something on the radio that's advertising McDonald's. And, like, McDonald's, not necessarily, it depends where you are. It depends on the country that you're in. It depends, ooh, I was too close. I'm gonna stop, bugger off, let me just eat. It depends which country you're in. Sometimes, you know, fast food joints will have their own, basically, internal radio station, or their internal playlist of things and songs and such that they're allowed to play. I know when I was working at Starbucks, I believe they would send us a DVD, not DVD, sorry, they would send us a CD every month, I want to say. I might be wrong about the timing, but I believe it was like every month. But like, that CD didn't have ads saying, "Oh, don't forget to get your coffee at Starbucks." We didn't have that. It was just music. But like, I've heard it in, like, I'm pretty sure it's McDonald's. It might have been in Burger King. But you'd have Burger King ads coming out of the radio in Burger King, and they wouldn't be a jingle. It wouldn't be an earworm to say like, "Oh, don't forget when you leave to come back at some point." It was always something, you know, like, no one does burgers better than Hungry Jack's, you know, something like that, you know? And it's just like, I'm here. What more do you want? And it was never like a jingle, but like, I can kind of understand a jingle, so that when you're watching something else, you're just sitting there thinking to yourself, I get around, round. Oh, okay, Channel 10. There might be something on Channel 10. Oh, that was quick. Holy moly. I did that well. Got one shot. See, that's also the benefit of actually going quickly, is that, yeah, the screen doesn't fill up with bullets. Get rid of that just in case. All right. Oh no! Oh, damn. Watch out, watch out, watch out. No! Should have been a little more patient. I don't know if patience was the issue there. If I'd waited too long, the swirl would have shot at me. And, you know, I'd have been in the cannon, so, yeah. Oh, come on! There just wasn't much I could do about that. That was just bad positioning. And that is one of the things about this game. It's just sometimes you try something and you just got bad positioning. Not a lot you can do about it. Patience is a virtue. If you rush in, yeah, you're probably gonna get stomped. Oops. But you also can't predict the future, you know? And you can't be expected to either. I am losing so many bonus points to getting hit though. Right, and we go. Okay. Okay. Oh, we're back to you again, are we? Let's get rid of one of these lasers. Actually, maybe get rid of two of the lasers now that I think about it. Oh, come on! Okay, I've opened that up. Gimme. Nice. Still not enough. What do you mean that's not enough? one's... Oh, they're both pretty lame. Well, okay. Oh, give me energy. Give me energy. Okay. What's the next one gonna be, though? That's the question. What's the next one gonna be? Oh! That's actually not terrible. That's actually a really easy one. Nice. Okay. Alright. Alright, so far so good. Oh, this one again. Oh, this one again. Get rid of the cluster bombs first. Cluster bombs first. Oh, and the lasers. Guys, can't forget how quickly the lasers come around. Oh my goodness, I'm stuck. No! Oh no! That was so bad! Just skimmed right across the top of it. Oh, shit! Laser incoming. Oh, hello. Oh, okay. Nice. Nice. Lasers are gone. So I think I need to take out all of these turrets. Because, look, I think they're all protecting the central core with their shields. Maybe not, though. Either way, I want to make sure that when I do this, I do it right. Because I don't want to have to screw around in here with how quickly the swirls are activating. Oh! Got it. Got it. Okay. Alright, so it does look like I am going to have to eat one of these arms. I'm gonna have to eat one of the arms. That's fine. We can slow down a little bit. It's not that big of a deal. Just need to avoid the shots. Don't get hit. Don't fly erratically. And avoid the swirl. The swirl is fast, but, you know, you still know when it's coming. So just don't be right up next to it when the swirl is there. It's that easy, folks. It's that easy. The part which isn't easy is the fact that I just realized I'm losing more energy than I'm gaining. That is a little bit of an issue. Oh crap. See, nearly got stuck in there then. No! What? What did I do? I backed into it. I didn't even notice that my finger was on the stick. Oh, oh, what was I just saying about not doing something fucking stupid? Oh, that one hurts. Oh my goodness. Oh man, that was vile. I didn't even realize that I had my thumb on the stick. I was nearly done. I would have won. I would have beaten my high score. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. There was a little bit of shield left. All right, hang on. I need to just stop a second. Actually, I have that desire to jump straight back in and just keep going, just keep grinding away, trying to get the high score. But the truth is, I need to take a moment. I just need to stop a second and just... I need to just take a moment. Not rush back in and get myself pounded again. I don't want to get stomped as soon as I go into the next room, you know? I need to recenter. I need to focus. I need to be the bee that I know I can be. Okay. Getting crunched by a simple little mistake like that is so frustrating. But I don't want to let the frustration set in, because then I'll start playing badly. Like, not like I'm not playing badly as it is, but, yeah. I'm gonna kind of like lock in right now. Because I want to get this. I want to go through this. I want to beat my high score. At this point in time, like, it's nearly 11 p.m. I'm probably gonna go until about midnight. But at this moment, I feel like I'm going wrong way. At this moment, I feel like I'm not gonna get top 20. But at very least, I want to break my high score. Yeah. Nice. Oh, straight into this one. Okay. Ah! Oh, I almost beans that up. Oh no, I went too far. I went all the way to the back of the line. There we go. That's the one. Okay. I can hear it. And another one. 2 quick fire shots. 2 quick fire swirls. Followed by a third. This one really wants to kill me. Like, holy crap. Oh. Nice. That's already one gone. That was quick. Like, that was fast. Oh, oops, all lasers. Like, this one is fine. I can see how it would be intimidating, but like, don't get me wrong, it is really intimidating, but it's not difficult. You know, a lot of the trouble that you have with this is the fact that that there's so many lasers going on from everywhere that it kind of corners you. No matter where you're going, you are encountering crossfire, you know? And so, that's what really makes this stage look intimidating. But the truth is, as soon as you start taking out lasers, you know, whether it's just 1 or 2, immediately the stage gets easier. So it's like a really hard stage if it stayed the way it stays at the beginning, where obviously it doesn't. Oh, second one. Second shot didn't do nothing. Nice. Okay. Take a drink, shake your hands out. Don't forget, hydrate, ladies and gentlemen. Tell you what, though, if you are enjoying the stream, feel free to hit that like button to let YouTube know that you enjoyed it. And it really does help us out on this channel. The more likes and comments and things like that we get, the more that YouTube pushes this channel. So if you would like to help us out here, please do consider hitting that thumbs up. I always forget to mention it. It's why I used to have a little pop-up at the bottom saying like. Don't forget to like. But I turned that off because I wanted to replace it. I made a new one. And now I'm not entirely sure it fits with the theme that I've been building. So I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. But at the moment, yes, if you are watching this and you are enjoying it right now, please do consider leaving a thumbs up. I would greatly appreciate it. When in doubt, I think it's a good idea to just kind of back up and stop, you know? One of the things that I've been not doing... Oh, no, I didn't mean to do that. Okay, that's fine. It's fine. We can still clear out some stuff. Yeah, one of the things I feel like I've been doing a lot of is when I'm already panicking, I kind of just stand in the middle of shots. And that obviously doesn't help. You know? I need to take a moment, step back and go, alright, this isn't going exactly as I planned, but how can I improve? How can I reassess the situation? How can I recalculate my options, you know? And one of the easiest ways to do that is if you've got the Zolan cannon up, use it. Oh, we're in here again. Got one of the lasers already. This is my personal hell. Just trying. The lasers, not that big of a deal, actually. I mean, they are annoying, obviously. But I wanna stop the number of bullets being generated. That's my shit. That's my goal. Just stop the number of bullets being generated that are currently being generated. I can't get to the energy. I can't get to the energy. They locked me out from getting the energy. Damn it. Oh, I just got hit. What did I get hit by? Oh! I got hit by one of the bullets coming in from off screen. Oh no. Oh, that. Oh, I almost went into the same bloody bullet. Some of those bullets are really hard to see because where they're coming on from is right on top of one of the other guns. Okay, that's it. That's the one. Yep. Okay. I'd rather not have to deal with that. That was essentially it. It wasn't some big master plan. It was just, I just don't want to deal with these. I just don't want to deal with them. I can hit them with the Zolon cannon. That's fine. Not a problem. We move forward. We continue moving forward. I am hydrated, but at what cost? All right. Let's see what we got next. Let's hope, please, everyone, put your hands together and let us all come together in a moment of prayer that when I go into the next room, it's not going to be green. One like equals one prayer. I don't know, something like that. Oh, thank goodness. No cluster bombs from you. I blew you up. Come on, come on, come on. Rotate faster, please. Oh, just in time. Good Lord. Hallelujah. And I did that without losing any life. Oh my goodness, that was a good one. That was a good run. All right, what we got? I'm hoping that we get pink. I'm hoping the next room is going to be pink. Because I swear if it's mint, I'm going to have another panic attack. Please be pink. Oh, oh. Oh, wow. Okay, the gun battery. This is, this one hasn't popped up in a little while. This one's not too bad, though, to be honest. Like, it's not that big of a deal. Oh, no, no, no. Oh, and immediately I crashed into a bullet. Of course I do. Because I said something stupid, didn't I? I said it's not that big of a deal. What happens? Immediate bullet. Oh no, I crashed into another one! Are you serious? What's wrong with me? I must have the brain worms. You know what? We're gonna use this for nothing. For absolutely waste it. Just absolutely waste it. That's what we're gonna do. We're just gonna waste it entirely. Why would we do that? Because I've got brain worms. Okay. Whoop. Got it. Just need to chill. Ah, yeah. Okay. Can I sneak one in? Yes, I can. Oh my goodness. It shot a swirl? After I hit it. It shot a swirl after I hit it. It shouldn't do that. It shouldn't have done that. How the hell did it do that? That's bullshit. You gotta be out your fucking mind. That was the best run so far, and it was screwed over by the well, I was just screwed over. Like, what else is it to say? It's like the game is going like, no, absolutely not. You do not go to get past this stage. It is not going to happen. Stop trying, you pitiful human. The best run we'd had so far. I went so long without losing any life at all. And then I get screwed over because the game decides, you know, I know you hit me, and being shot with a Zolan cannon stops me from firing its swirl. But, nah, screw it. We're gonna shoot you anyway. Oh, now we got bloody delayed sound again. Oh, that really pissed me off. See, that's the kind of shit that makes me go, actually, do you know what? I don't want to play anymore. That nonsense. That's exactly it. That is exactly the kind of bullshit that makes me go, you know what? There are other games. See? Did you see that then? As the swirl was starting up, I shot it, and the swirl went away. That's what the game is supposed to do. Tell you what, this game is still one of my favorite, probably still is my favorite Recharged game, but boy does it have some bugs. And not the ironic ones. Like how sometimes you can get stuck on a shield cell, that's annoying. Obviously, oh my goodness. Obviously, if you can react fast enough and chomp your way out, that's less of an issue, but it's still an issue that sometimes you just get stuck. When you're trying to move, you're not necessarily thinking about, oh, I need to eat my way out of everything. I'm just trying to get out of the way, you know? That can be a pain. That can get you in trouble very, very quickly. And then just, oh my goodness, straight away? Oh my goodness, really? You're just gonna throw this at me first? I'm stuck on the top! Yeah, the fact that you can get stuck between the shield and the top of the screen is another thing that I get the reason that you have, like, boundaries, you know, to stop your character from going off screen and stuff like that, but the fact that you can get stuck between a shield cell and the top of the screen. That's a bit crazy. That's something you probably should have sorted out. I was looking at the wrong one. Nope. Don't go around. Don't go around. Don't go chasing it. You know what? I'm gonna just use this and take out those. Actually, that's something I probably should have been doing. Now that I think about it, if I can disarm one of the Kotal paws and just keep it there for feeding, that's probably a good idea. That's actually probably a good move. Oh, shit. Cool. That one was a bit more of a struggle than it needed to be, but at least it's out of the way. What we got on the next one? Okay, we got the French. French, not so bad. Oh, I was doing really well then. I was at the wrong angle. I thought I was safe. Oh, I keep making mistakes. Stupid mistakes. I think it's because of that last one. That last one was so good. And now I've definitely got that, you know, oh, why do I bother creeping in? Oh, I thought that laser was gonna get me then. Oh my goodness. Okay. I also need to be aware now that there is a bit of a sound delay on when the swirl activates, so I need to be aware of that. So next time he shoots the swirl, I don't end up getting hit before I even hear the sound. Cool. What we got? Scissors. Alright. We're on exactly 80,000. I don't think I've ever actually seen that before. No! Come on! Why is it... no, that's a stupid question. I know exactly the reason why. But I always seem to get stuffed up on... Oh, no, I'm dead. Oh my goodness. Wait, why can I move the... cannon? I thought I couldn't move the cannon between shots. It's always the easy ones, though, you know? That's the part where you start getting a bit not cocky, but just like you take it too casually. I don't think that's necessarily being cocky. It's just it's easier to make mistakes when you're not entirely on guard, you know? Let's just get rid of these. I'm not even gonna. I just want to get rid of them. I want to get rid of everything. Just make it easier to shoot. Oh no, they jumped me up to green. Oh yeah, I forgot about those. Oof. Oh, I just realized it's got a close range weapon. Ah, I didn't even know it had that. I didn't see it before. It's also got a close range weapon. Oh, this is so hard. Okay, now I should be able to take these out. Nope, 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 no I can't. No! Ah, shit! I didn't see it coming up from the bottom. Man, they like throwing these curveballs at me. I feel like I keep getting to this stage every time I get to this stage. And it doesn't matter if it's like a hard one, like a green one, or a purple one, or a pink one. It throws a curveball at me that I just don't see coming. Like, chucking a green one at me, that's a bit cheap. Because I haven't built up to that yet. You know, it changes the difficulty on a steep incline. But the other one, when it just ignores the rules of the game. Just ignores the rules of the game and throws a swirl at me, even after I'd beaten the level. That's cheap. That's awful. I'm incredibly disappointed with that particular run. And it's gonna piss me off. It is pissing me off. Because I know I can do better than this. I've consistently done better than this. That's how I got to where I am on the scoreboard. The fact that I'm having so much trouble right now is infuriating. And like I said, it's not even necessarily things that I feel like I'm doing wrong. Why the hell did that swirl go off after I'd killed the boss? That shouldn't have happened. I was screwed out of that. But it's like I get to that point in the game, I get to the point where I'm hitting 100,000 points, and the game just goes, no, no more. And it'll even go as far as the game will actually cheat to stop me. I just don't, I don't get it. I don't know why it's being like this. I've had trouble with some things in the past. Like, I've had issues where I've been stuck on a shield cell before. Yeah, absolutely. I've had issues where the sound has been off by a huge amount. You know? Shit happens. But not to the extent of, oh, by the way, we're going to kill you even though you won. Like, that's new. I don't think I've ever encountered anything quite like that in this game. Hey Marley, welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? Yes, in English we say hello. Wait, what do you mean, oh, this game? You asked me to play this. one. This one? Again? Oh, shit. Straight into a bullet. Straight into a bullet. I hate this stage. This stage is the worst. This stage has ended so many of my runs. It's not even funny. This is just depressing at this point. Because as soon as you allow the stage to get started, there's no recovering. Like, there's just bullets everywhere. And now I'm gonna die. Alright. This is gonna be my last one now. I just reached the part where I'm getting frustrated. And it's not fun for anyone when I'm just wishing I was playing something else. Man, I feel really screwed by that one. I just can't get over that frustration that I felt like that was the one that was gonna go, and then the game just screws me over. I am not happy with that at all. That's not a run killer. That's a game killer. That's me reaching a point where I'm going like, there are other games in the world. I could be playing something else. At that point, that's the point where people stop caring and, you know, start regretting ever playing the game, you know? This is a game about high scores. It's a game about precision. It's a game about doing your best. And when your best isn't good enough because the game just goes, nah, we're gonna kill you anyway because we feel like it. That's not fun. That's not fair. What do you do in that situation, you know? I can't really complain. It's not like I can call up Atari and get my score back. It doesn't work like that. It's gone. It's lost. Any opportunity I had in that moment is now gone. Doesn't matter if it was a good run. Doesn't matter if it was a bad run. It could have been the best run I've ever had. But it's gone. And I just feel robbed. And see, the thing is, what's even worse is that you can come in here and be like, haha, salt. But it goes beyond that. This isn't haha, salt. This is haha, the game is really broken. But at the end of the day, it's not you wasting your time. It's not you feeling like you're about to get a win and have it screwed over by a glitch. This game isn't quick. I don't know if you've noticed that. This is not a fast game. You have to keep doing every level between now and your high score. And when you've invested not just a few hours in one night, but many hours over so many nights. It makes you feel like it wasn't worth it. It's a sour ending to what has been a really fun week. And not even more still, furthermore, even if I do win at this point, even if I do get a new high score, it's gonna be tainted by that one that never was. It's not gonna be a, yes, I feel successful, I've done something, I feel like I've won. It's gonna be a, oh, finally. Games shouldn't feel like that. You shouldn't be sitting down and playing a game and thinking to yourself, oh, thank goodness it's over. And when a game gets you to that point, it doesn't matter if you win. Winning doesn't have any flavor. There's no sweetness. It's all sour. It's all rotten. It did it again! It bloody did it again! I have never seen that glitch before. And now it's happened twice. Hey Xander, welcome to the stream. How you doing? My instant reaction is to try to run away from the laser, and I keep getting caught up against the top of the screen. Every freaking time. Every single time. I need to drill it inside my head to go for the bottom one first. Choke. That one was being a little bit dramatic, wasn't it? He took a while to explode. Not sure why it took so long to explode. Ah, no. Come on. Nice. That's the one. Next. Nice. Wasn't the quickest, but it wasn't bad. Like I said, speed isn't even a factor in this one, so I don't need to rush. Just make sure to eat everything so that I don't miss. Oh, scissors. Okay, we can do that. We can deal with that. The two biggest threats are now gone. Only the second biggest threat remains. Me. Because let's be real, glitches and me are the biggest threats to my success. Which, when I think about it, is quite the compliment, really, isn't it? Saying that only glitches and myself can beat me. It's actually a little bit egotistical. Never mind. Okay, let's pull the cannon down. Alright, next one. Of course. I said whoa! It's just so many bullets on the stage. That's the end. Yeah. That's the end. I couldn't get out. There was nothing I could do. I couldn't get out. I cornered myself. That was entirely my fault. Damn. Man, I feel really frustrated by this one. This stream has not gone as I had planned. I was enjoying it for a while, but then... when you get hit by a really bad glitch... and you lose everything, it just... the will to keep going just dies. That's it. I'm done for today. I don't think I'm gonna succeed. I don't think I'm gonna get any further than that because I just don't want to. You know? That's what I mean. That's what I mean by the will to play just dies. I just don't want to play anymore. I just reached that point where I've just given up. And it's a shame because I really, really loved this game. The fact that there is a glitch that certainly not alone on that feeling. I know. I just feel so, like, I don't even... Oh, my my character won't change. The hell? Stupid bloody... Why are you checking for updates? Oh, good lord. So, okay, I've got this issue, right, where when my PC looks for, it starts looking for updates, it disengages my Stream Deck's ability to talk to my VTuber model, my PNG tuber model. So, yeah. Windows was looking for updates in the middle of my stream. Oh my goodness, Windows. Good grief. So yeah, so I was stuck in gameplay mode. Anyway, as I was saying, yeah, it's not, I know it's not just me. I know, like, that doesn't really make me feel better. In fact, it kind of makes me feel worse, because I was hoping to show the reason why it is that Atari, not just as a company, but like the games and the consoles are worthy of remembrance. Why they are better than you probably think they are. And then on the last day, I get this. It kind of puts a... It puts a very sour cap on the end of Atari Week, doesn't it? When you've got a glitch so bad that it just makes you not want to play anymore. This should have been fixed. This should have been fixed ages ago. And here I am at the end of Atari Week. A week of celebration, a week of celebrating my birthday, a week of celebrating my road in gaming and Atari. And what happens? The last game. I was thinking to myself, you know, this is going to be some kind of a dramatic ending. And it kind of was in a way. This is the worst anime betrayal of all time. I didn't mean specifically about Atari. I'm saying it's frustrating when something comes out of nowhere and ruins the experience. Yeah, well, yeah, I know. I know what you're saying. I'm just saying, like, it's just... It's frustrating to me as well that it has to end this way. I would rather it didn't. I would much rather have gone out victorious and turn around and say, hey, look at what we did. Look at this. I got a new high score. Instead, it's like, oh, look at that really terrible glitch that just ruined my chances and has given me a bad day. That's so disappointing. That's not fun. That's not the way I want to end things. And like I said, though, the problem is that when you have such a bad glitch like that, when you have something that just completely wrecks your experience, even if you win, it doesn't feel good. Because it feels... Like I said, instead of it feeling like, yes, success, victory, yeah, I can do the thing, it's... Finally, it's over. I don't have to suffer any longer. That's not the way I wanted this to end. I guess we take the good with the bad, don't we? That's the truth of anything. There's nothing good that doesn't also have some bad. Chocolate, very, very good. Tooth decay, very, very bad. It is what it is. But yeah, I guess that is the end of Atari Week. We didn't go out with a bang. We went out with a whimper. Ah, well. Shit happens, I guess. Before we do end up for this evening, I need to go over very, very quickly because I'm realizing more and more that no one actually reads the notifications that I post to my YouTube channel. I need to just update everyone on what is happening next week, and I want to just basically talk about what exactly we're going to be playing, because some things will be changing. So the plan was that I say the plan. What I was hoping to do was finish Silk Song by now, but unfortunately, I've taken a bit longer on that than I would like, and I feel like I need to take a break from it. I do. I was talking to Marley about this, actually, on Discord, and I was saying that, I was wondering, like, how much more do I have to go? Like, is the Citadel, like, its own area, or is it, like, multiple areas? And it turns out that the Citadel is only, the part that I've played so far is only one half of the game. Possibly not even one half of the game, more like just over 1/3 of the total game. So yeah, that's not gonna happen. I'm not gonna be able to finish Silk Song by the time that we break up for Christmas. So what I'm possibly going to do is maybe one last episode of Silk Song. See if we can find any more secrets, see if we can do some side quests, and then end it before we enter into the second act. And then we can start back sometime next year. I'm not sure when exactly, but we can start up again sometime next year, and we can go straight into Act 2. So, yeah, that's kind of the plan. I'm going to step aside from Silk Song for a little while, because the thing is, as much as I am enjoying Silk Song, there are other Metroidvanias that I've been wanting to play, and I don't really want to be running two Metroidvanias side by side. I don't want it to be all the exact same thing, and I don't necessarily mean that in terms of, like, I don't want all my content to be Metroidvanias. It's more along the lines of, I don't want to be playing just Metroidvanias. So, yeah, we're going to be taking a step away from Silk Song. There's a couple of other games that I want to play before we come back to it. And then when we do, like I said, we'll be coming straight back, going straight into the Citadel, Act 2. That's how it's going to play out. Now, I've talked about this a bit, but unfortunately, as much as I would love to actually play this game, we will not be playing Metroid Prime 4 on the channel. I wanted to. I really, really wanted to. But I don't know how I'm going to play it, honestly. Just on the face of it, I don't like playing first-person shooters with stick, right? That it doesn't work for me. I don't enjoy it. I just don't. And playing Metroid Prime 4 on stream, you know, having to pay attention to chat and everything, as well as try to play a game in a game mode, like playing it with controllers, that I'm not going to enjoy. It makes me think twice about playing it. It was that was part of the reason why I didn't play the Metroid Prime remaster, but a part of me genuinely believed that Metroid Prime 4 wasn't going to come out until 2026. Like, I had convinced myself at one point that they've already remastered Metroid Prime. Now they need to remaster 2 and 3, and they'll release those, and then they'll release 4. And once I know for a fact that 2 and 3 are out, I'm going to play all of them. I'm going to play Metroid Prime 1, Metroid Prime 2 Echoes, Metroid Prime 3 Corruption, and then we'll play Metroid Prime 4 Beyond. And I had it in my head, this is going to happen. There's no way that they would release Metroid Prime Remaster and then Metroid Prime 4 without doing 2 and 3. Really? Come on now, who would do a thing like that? Nintendo! Nintendo would do a thing like that. They absolutely would do a thing like that. And they absolutely did do a thing like that. So, yeah. So I wasn't ready to play, because obviously when I play sequential games on the channel, I like to play them in order. You know, I like to get the story from the beginning to the end. And seeing as I definitely do not have enough time to play Metroid Prime 2, and Metroid Prime 3 before Thursday, then, you know, I could go to Metroid Prime 4, but like I said again, I'm going to be playing a first-person shooter with sticks, which is something I don't enjoy. I would much rather wait and come up with a means by which I can do motion control games on stream. I haven't quite figured out how to do that yet. I've got a Wii. I've got my Wii all ready to go. You know? I've got a Wii ready to go so I can play Wii games on stream. But I don't have a means of playing motion control games currently. I'm gonna need to get a new microphone for that. Get a lavalier mic. And then maybe I'll be able to, you know, do some more active games. Like Metroid, like, I don't know, even Splatoon. Like, I've talked about the possibility of playing Splatoon, but that was another thing, is like, I don't like playing Splatoon with sticks. I like playing Splatoon with motion controls. And, yeah. So, yeah, I didn't want to do that. So, I've come to the conclusion that, that's the other thing as well. Because it's coming out on Thursday, I'm not going to be able to pick up the game until the weekend. So, I'm not even going to get 5 days to play it. I'm going to have 4 days. If I was to do it, let's have a look. It comes out on the 4th. I'm playing Age of Imprisonment on the 5th. I'd be picking it up on the 6th. So yeah, even if I played it twice a week, I've only got 4 streams. So, unfortunately, we're going to say no Metroid Prime 4 for now. We're going to push that back and we'll play it later. But, let me take us to the schedule so that I can tell us what exactly we will be playing next week. Let's see now. So on Monday, we're going to be playing Monster Hunter Wilds. On Tuesday, it's going to be Hyrule. Hang on, it's HW. There we go. Age of Imprisonment. imprisonment. What are we doing Wednesday? Hang on a minute. We'll figure out Wednesday in a moment. Wednesday we're gonna have. Thursday is gonna be a day off. What are we doing on Wednesday? That would be... Oh, Wednesday will be the last... That will be the last stream of Silk Song. Like I said, we'll still do a little bit of running around, doing some side quests, stuff like that. Are we missing anything? Yeah. The text is the wrong size. What are we doing on Saturday? What am I missing? I feel like I'm missing something. I know... What did I play last week? Alright, I'm gonna have to look up my old schedules. Oh, that's right. On Saturdays we were playing catch up on the Halloween games. Okay. Yeah, we played South of Midnight last. So I guess on Saturday. Oh, I know what we're playing on Saturday. I recall now. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I've got 3 weeks to do it. Might be able to squeeze an extra stream in there. Cool. All right. No, I know what we're doing. So we're going to be playing Pac-Man World Repack. I'd forgotten that I was planning on doing that. I almost completely forgot that we were going to be doing Pac-Man World, but there we go. We're going to be playing Pac-Man World Repack on Saturday. We may do it more than just Saturdays. It depends on how we do things moving forward, because obviously Hollow Knight Silk Song will be the last episode of Silk Song that we do before New Year. So we're gonna... We'll chuck something else in. I've been wanting to play Crusader of Senti, but I don't know if we'll have enough time to do Crusader of Senti and Pac-Man World. I honestly don't think we're gonna... I'm worried we're not gonna finish Age of Imprisonment. So I may have to throw in an extra stream of that too. But we'll see. We'll see how it goes. I'll let you know as we come up to the Christmas break. I will let you all know. Actually, that's the wrong dates. I just realized. I need the dates for next week. So that's going to be December 1st to December 7th. There we go. That looks tiny. There we go. That looks better. Summertime, indeed. Yeah, I guess it is a summer break, isn't it? Because of Australia. Southern Hemisphere nonsense. So yeah, we'll be taking that off. we're gonna play, like I said, Pac-Man World repack. Ooh, are we gonna fit anything in? I don't know if we're gonna fit everything in. I may have to do an extra stream. If I have to do an extra stream, that's fine. But I'm gonna need the time that I'm not streaming to focus on finishing my overlays and getting everything set up and ready to go for next year, because we're gonna have a big overhaul. Things are gonna look different. The channel's gonna look different. The overlays are gonna look different. I'm gonna look different. I got new art coming in, new graphics. I'm excited for it. I'm looking forward to it because I feel like this is a pretty decent shift in tone. But we'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. I think it'll be fine. I think that you'll enjoy it. I think you'll all like it. But unfortunately, that is everything that we have got time for this evening. It is now nearly 12:30, and I don't want to do another 8-hour stream. Frankly, I don't want to do another one of those until we hit New Year, okay? So, I hope you've enjoyed tonight's stream, even though we didn't quite make it to the end. We didn't get the success that we were looking for. I'm looking forward to playing more Yars Recharged in the future. You know, I'm gonna be playing it off stream, trying to get my score up. Even if I do get my score up, and I don't do it on stream, I will post it. I'll post it to the YouTube posts tab. I'll post it to social media. I'll post it to Discord, and you can find links to all of those things in the description down below. Yeah, I'll make sure to keep everyone apprised of every time I go up a rank. And I think what I'm going to do as well is next year, I'm going to try to, you know, bounce back and forth between playing Yars Recharged and playing Berserk. Because I do want to get back into playing Berserk. I really enjoyed playing the classic Berserk this year during Atari Week. And it's just made me go, you know what, I really want to play more Berserk Recharged. So we'll get into that. We'll do that next year at some point. But yeah, fun. I hope you've enjoyed it. If you have, please leave a thumbs up to let YouTube know that you liked it. And consider leaving a comment at the end of the stream to let me know that you liked it. Or perhaps ask a question, you know. We've done a lot of discussion so far about Atari and about the origins of my road as a gamer. And I'm curious. I think these things are important. Like, I don't mean it like it's important in the sense that, man, I'm super important and you guys need to listen. I think knowing each other's stories is important. I think that's what this world is. Ultimately, this world is a collection of stories. And I'm really curious about yours. So please feel free to leave a comment telling me how you started in gaming. I want to know. I'm curious. I want to hear new stories. And Joseph posted his story on one of the previous videos. So definitely check that out in the comments as well. But it's been fun. It's been good doing Atari Week again. I look forward to doing it again next year. And just like Vic asked, I will find the time at some point next year to play E.T. on Atari. It's gonna take some doing. That's definitely not just gonna be a gaming stream. That's gonna be a stream where I'm going to sit down and discuss the game, discuss everything that went into the creation of that game and the misinterpretation that people have that it's a really, really terrible game. And it killed the entire gaming industry. I mean, that's not true. It just isn't. It didn't kill the gaming industry. It barely killed Atari. It was everything else that killed Atari. But yeah, we'll figure out time to play that and give me an opportunity to, like, do some research and talk about it as well properly. Give it the attention it so desperately deserves. But that is it from me for tonight. If you've enjoyed the stream, like I said, hit the like button. If you're new here, subscribe. There will be more Atari. There will be more Legend of Zelda. There will be more story. There's going to be so much happening next year. At very least, right? Stick around until New Year. Hit the subscribe button, right? And stick around until New Year. And when I post my list of games that I'm planning to play in 2026, if there isn't a single game on there that you like, feel free to you know, unsubscribe. But I bet there's going to be something on there that'll catch your interest. I'm willing to put a subscription to my channel on it. So hopefully we'll see you again very soon. Be good to yourselves, be excellent to each other, play more video games, and until I see you, I wish you all peace and high scores. Good night, everyone.